ولا شيء. Cek, 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 cek. Halo.
global collaboration to harness the power of data for better lives. The United Nations Global Platform brings together global experts and organizations collectively, building 4 regional hubs around the world to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. The hubs located in China, Brazil, Rwanda, and the United Arab Emirates will form partnerships to educate, collaborate, and develop new data technologies to identify big data sources and methodologies in support to the SDGs. UAE's regional hub objectives include facilitating innovative projects using big data and data science in support to official statistics and the SDGs, providing a knowledge-based network of experts to support in building new methodologies, algorithms, and tools, developing future generations of data experts and scientists who will prove insight and support local and regional communities, governments, organizations, and private sectors to make better decisions towards achieving the SDGs and to ensure prosperity, readiness, resilience, and quality of life for all. The mission is to enable data-driven transformation for better decision-making and to improve our world by providing access to trusted data for use at local, national, and global levels.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today for the launch of the United Nations Big Data Hub in the United Arab Emirates. We are honored to have some of the brightest minds from governments, private sector, academia, and society to enrich the work that we do. Everyone in this room is a data point and a rich source at that. These days, almost everything we do is captured and measured. Together, we are generating patterns, fascinating insights, and intelligence. Data has become us, and we are making so much of it every second. We call it big data. Over the coming 3 days, we will be engaging in a series of panels and workshops to explore a future where big data can be mobilized to serve humanity and to help us shape a future that leaves no one behind. It is with great pleasure that I invite our keynote speaker, His Excellency Abdullah Nasser Louta, Director General of the UAE Prime Minister's Office, the Vice Chairman of the UAE National Committee on SDGs. Your Excellency.
Thank you, Hanan. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Sabah al-khair. For those people who just arrived this morning, can you raise your hands? Arriving this morning, wow. We have some good number. Arrived yesterday. Okay, welcome to the UAE, and we truly appreciate you flying all the way to be with us today for the coming maybe couple of days as well. So very grateful. Thank you very much, and hope this visit is going to be worth it. Definitely, there is work to be done, but there is fun out there that you should actually have. This is an experience that only happens every 5 years. Expo 2020 will be there, of course, in other cities, but we believe that Dubai and the UAE pull together an event second to none. So enjoy and celebrate. Now I'll go into the formal speech, which I don't like doing, but whatever Hanan says, I follow. She's the boss here. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would first like to welcome you to Expo 2020, the United Arab Emirates, the first World Expo in the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia region. With its theme, Connecting Minds, Creating the Future, there is no greater venue today than Expo 2020 Dubai for us to celebrate the official launch of the UAE and the MENA region's UN Global Platform, as we serve the mission to enable data-driven transformation for better decision-making and to harness the power of data for better lives. Our leadership's vision is to build human-centric future that address challenges through innovation An integral step towards achieving this vision is by working closely with big data experts like yourselves and the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. The partnerships broadens the horizon and enhance decision-making mechanism by learning and benefiting from its pioneering initiatives whilst growing the global network of experts. The adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with its 17 global goals at the UN General Assembly in September 2015 was a great milestone for humanity. In a world of growing tensions, world leaders gathered on a common vision and a roadmap to address the global challenges for our time, such as ensuring well-being, peace, and protecting our planet Earth. The platform we're launching today will serve the SDGs through big data and data science for sure. The 2030 Agenda is about solidarity and cooperation. It's powered by the principle of leaving no one behind to ensure resources and economic development are shared fairly and responsibly across the planet. The SDGs provides a roadmap to the world that is more prosperous, a world where every single child can enjoy daily healthy meals, where he or she has access to quality education, to become the next generation of global experts, a world that is just, secure, and definitely more peaceful. Governed by the United Nations Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics, the UN Global Platform, in collaboration with the 4 regional hosts, Brazil, China, Rwanda, and the United Arab Emirates, aim to address the SDGs through the use of new data sources and innovative methods to support countries measure their performance and success. The hubs will enhance global partnerships through a network of data experts and organizations, collectively building a global platform for trusted data, services, and application in support to inclusive and sustainable development. The UAE MENA Regional Hub will serve the purpose of the UN Global Platform and aim to be a global reference in delivering SDGs through innovative data tech. The hub will further establish sustainable partnerships with public, private, academia, non-government organizations, international organizations, and civil society, and many more. With the regional hub, the UAE envisioned to bring the MENA region together through data for good and further establish cross-border partnerships in delivering the global goals by 2030. With a current network of more than 300 global experts who work in collaboration for the good of society, we can move mountains. However, action needs to be taken to deliver on our global commitment and promises. As global data experts, we need to engage a greater number of our communities to explore, develop, and share new methods, new techniques, and best practices for working with big data, and finally, support to accelerate the decade of action. I wish you the very best of today's dialogue and the 2 days of workshop starting tomorrow at Emirates Towers. I'm excited to witness the growth of this ever important platform and thank each one of you who's contributing to the global platform that we're launching today. We're placing humanity first, the drive to deliver new data technologies and support global capacity building and development to the next generation of data experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Definitely engaging with experts is our ultimate goal for today. And from New York, we have a video statement by Mr. Liu Zhenmen, Undersecretary General, United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs.
Your Excellency Omar Olama, Your Excellency Abdullah Nasser Luta, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address you briefly today at the ceremonial launch of the Regional Hub for Big Data in the United Arab Emirates. The launch of this regional hub is an important continuation of the close cooperation between the government of the UAE and the United Nations. The demand for data is greater than ever. Governments need detailed data to monitor the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic and monitor its different impacts on society. Besides the current global health crisis, there are other critical issues that deserve our attention, including climate action, the state of our oceans, sustainable transport, food security, and reducing inequalities within and across societies. These are all critical links to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Sustainable Development Goals. That is why the title of your event, Mobilizing Big Data and Data Science for the Sustainable Development Goals, is most timely. Because of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, governments will have to adapt their policies to achieve SDGs. Statistical institutes will have to provide timely, frequent, and detailed data to monitor the progress, and they will need innovative solutions to do so. Dear colleagues, in March 2020, His Excellency Mr. Lota and I signed the cooperation agreement for the Regional Hub for Big Data in the UAE. Its objectives are to facilitate projects, share knowledge, and provide training for the countries in this region. Indeed, the strength of the United Nations is to bring countries together to find solutions for common problems. Under the umbrella of the United Nations Statistical Commission, countries have come together to advance the use of big data and data science for official statistics. Over the last 8 years, many new methods and applications have been developed and shared. Countries now actively work together on big data projects, for example, using satellite data for indicators on agriculture and the environment, and using real-time shipping data for indicators on maritime transport. These projects are currently running on the United Nations Global Platform. I would like to emphasize that all statistical institutes can use the UN Global Platform. The platform is an opportunity for the entire statistical community to get involved in data innovation. However, training is required to develop the skills that the countries need to really take advantage of the platform. The regional hub in UAE can help build these skills in the statistical institutes of the Middle East and North Africa. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I wish to express my sincere congratulations to the federal government of the United Arab Emirates with the launch of the regional hub in Dubai. This is an important achievement on our journey to modernize the production of official statistics. My department, UN-CEBD, through its statistics division, stands ready to support the hub in rolling out collaborative projects and training opportunities for the statistical community. I'm confident that the regional hub for big data in UAE will play a vital role in delivering better data for policies that aim to improve people's lives. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu Zinman. Now for our first panel discussion, please join me in welcoming Mr. Matthew Pennells, Regional Manager for Africa and Digital Transformation, lead at ISRI, as our moderator on the panel discussion on regional hubs leading way towards big data for sustainable development. Joined by the panelists, Her Excellency Thoraya Al-Hashimi, Mrs. Andrea Denise de Silva, Mr. Yusuf Murangwa, Commissioner Mr. Nengs Jesse, and Mr. Eduardo Rios.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for joining us, and thank you to our opening remarks. It's my pleasure to be here this morning, and thank you for the introductions. As was said, my name is Matthew Pennells, and I'm the Regional Manager for Africa at ESRI. Thank you very much to my panelists, who I'll just briefly introduce again. Her Excellency Thoraya Al-Hashimi, Executive Director of Digital Data at the Federal Competitiveness and Statistics Center from the UAE. Ms. Andrea Silva, thank you, Professor and Senior Statistician at the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics from Brazil. And Mr. Yusuf Murangwa, Director General of the National Institute of Statistics in Rwanda. And our colleagues who could not be here with us today, Mr. Ning Jizi, Commissioner of the National Bureau of Statistics in China, and Mr. Eduardo Rios, President of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. And before we start our great debate this morning, our guests that couldn't be with us have just shared some short videos with you, which we will now watch. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is such great news that the regional hub in UAE is officially launched. On behalf of the National Bureau of Statistics of China, I would like to extend warm congratulations and sincere greetings to the UN-CEBD family. The launch of the regional hub in UAE not only provides new opportunities for the development of official statistics in the Middle East and North Africa, but also brings new vitality into regional exchanges and cooperation. The UAE and China are both in Asia and enjoyed long cooperation. Over 2,000 years ago, our ancestors communicated with each other through the ancient Silk Road. In the 7th century, the two sides opened up the passage of maritime trade. Under the Belt and Road Initiative, especially in the big data era, the NBS of China is willing to uphold the fine tradition of cooperation and work with the regional hub in UAE and other hubs to carry out extensive and in-depth exchanges and cooperation in big data applications. At present, the NBS of China is fully implementing the big data development strategy, seizing the opportunities of digital economy, accelerating the development of statistical cloud, actively promoting and exploring the application of big data in official statistics, such as administrative record, mobile payment, and mobile single data. The regional hub in China is also actively carrying out research on the use of scanner data and remote sensing in statistics. Since the launch, 2 international seminars on big data have been successfully held to exchange big data applications and to deepen cooperation in the Asia-Pacific statistical community. The MBS of China is willing to carry out closer cooperation with the UNGP, focusing on the coordinated implementation of the Global Development Initiative and the 2030 Agenda, to jointly carry out theoretical innovation, methodological innovation, and achievement sharing of big data application, so as to better contribute to the global statistical development. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 2 years, despite the global spread of COVID-19, big data regional hubs have been launched one after another. The global statistical community enjoyed fruitful events and cooperation. In April 2023, the 4th United Nations World Data Forum will be held in beautiful city Hangzhou, China. It will be a grand reunion for the global statistical community to build consensus and to share wisdom. I sincerely invite everyone to China and look forward to meeting you all in Hangzhou.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sending this message regarding the ceremonial launch of Regional Hub for Big Data in the United Arab Emirates. I reinforce our commitment to cooperate between the Regional Hub in Brazil and the hub at the United Arab Emirates, as well as the ones in China and Rwanda. The hub in Brazil is based at the National School of Statistical Sciences, ENSE, of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, IBGE. The hub adheres to the following work streams: strengthening ties and promoting cooperation between producers of official statistics in the region, training and fostering the interest of young statisticians at the use of big data in official statistics, supporting research on the use of big data in data science, and finally organizing and hosting seminars and conferences. Talking about seminars, I would like to invite everyone to the meeting in Rio next August, most likely virtually, entitled Using Big Data and Machine Learning for Land Cover and Land Use Mapping Challenges to Mapping Accuracy. I invite everyone as well to the 4th UN World Data Forum in Hangzhou in April 2023. I wish you all a pleasant meeting in the next 3 days. Thank you very much, and hello from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Thank you very much to our speakers who could not be with us for those opening comments. So we have here this morning a fantastic panel that represents the 4 regional hubs that you've heard about this morning and you all know very well. So this is an excellent opportunity and a pleasure for me to dive into a little bit with each of the speakers here, why they've done this, the benefits they're seeing, how they're extending the reach of the regional hubs, and a few other areas. But Thoraya, if I may start with you. As you've seen from the fantastic opening this morning, the UAE is absolutely behind the regional hub, but maybe you could tell us a little more on why FCSC have established the UN Regional Global Platform Data Hub, and what is the impact you're looking for both internationally and regionally? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Matthew. I'm glad to be here today to shed light on the UN Global Platform from UAE perspective. So getting to your question, Matthew, the UN Regional Hub Platform aligns with our core drive to become a core where we have professional and innovative methods on how to accelerate the SDGs. Of course, by having data as a foundation for that revolution. Big data and data science is a wealth of information that is now a foundation of everything that is happening nowadays. And SDG interlinks with all these different sectors. So how can we find this interlinkages with all the active data across the board? This gives us many impacts and things and elements and advantages to the UAE, and I'll be happy to go through them right now. First, building the national capacity, experience, training on how to use big data and data science in official statistics. Second, it will be building national accelerator on how can we commit and accelerate SDG and achieving it in the UAE, in the MENA region, and globally. Third, it would be fostering the communication of use of big data and data science to make support and decision making. And when we do that, we have development of some policies. Finally, I would conclude, Matthew, is that accelerating across sector collaboration while we ensure that the public still have trust that big data can be used in official statistics.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Some very, very key points there. Ms. Andrea, if I may, another large area is obviously sharing learning. Could you tell us about the capacity building and knowledge sharing activities happening with the UN Global Platform and regionally in South America? Thank you.
Hello, it's working? Good morning, afternoon, evening to everyone that's the other side. Thank you, Matthew, for the question. And as Eduardo has just said, we are working 4 work streams, cooperation, enhancing cooperation in Latin America and Caribbean among the national statistical offices. We are working on training and research and also organizing conferences and seminars. We have a couple of actions already in course. We have made a consultation with the National Statistical Offices for assessment of needs in terms of training, in terms of research areas. We have already organized, created actually a series of training, a workshop, and a series of conferences. We have already held one in December, on VGI, volunteer geographic information, and we are planning to have a workshop, hands-on activities lasting 5 days next February, in 1 month, and in web scraping for price index. Beyond that, we have a common agenda with the other, with the task teams of the UN Global Platform, and we plan other activities. But for the moment, we have already one done, one on hold, and other being planned to enhance all that, to enhance capacity building and knowledge sharing. That's the way we are working already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. and Yusuf, my friend, down the end. As we look towards Rwanda, what are the main challenges that national statistic offices face when it comes to the topic of big data? Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Good morning. I first of all want to congratulate the UAE organizing this, very brilliant, and also for the hospitality. Yeah, thank you very much. The challenges that statistics offices are facing is mainly capacity. And capacity regarding big data is quite wide. We are seeing capacity challenges in transitioning from the traditional ways of doing statistics to big data. And with that, we are seeing statistics offices struggling to keep up with demand. There is a lot of demand for statistics using traditional methods, and many statistics offices until now, they are not yet able to keep up with the demand, and at the same time requiring spare capacity to modernize towards big data. That's very challenging. We are also seeing capacity challenges in investing in new data sources and also working with other stakeholders to access big data. That's also a very big challenge. And capacity in infrastructure needs. For statistics offices to be able to move from the traditional approaches to big data, there are a lot of requirements in terms of infrastructure. And we see that also struggling. And at the core of that is human capacity. Many statistics offices don't have the human resources that they need to do the transformation, because these are completely new skills. Now, it's very important to note that it's not only a challenge of the statistics offices. The statistics offices operate with so many stakeholders in the space of official statistics, especially. So these challenges, we see them in statistics offices, but even with the stakeholders that work with statistics offices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Now, moving on from some of the challenges here, Taraya, if I may, looking forward then, how can national statistics offices support the success of the UN Regional Hub in all regions, within the region, enhance the usage of the hub?
Thank you, Matthew. So the hub provides further opportunity to align the fundamental principles of the national statistic in using new sources like big data. Practically, the national statistics offices are in the heart of this ecosystem. So it's all about participation to further activate the hub, to become it more developed. And it's to ensure positioning our region and the hub there for investors across the board. So, you know, Matthew, the hub itself has, in the UAE, has a broad spectrum of people who are well engaged. And then there are still opportunities for people and SNSOs to further to enhance the accelerator of this hub and to make sure it's into process to achieve the SDG goals. So to conclude my point, the purpose and the mission of the hubs is to ease the global collaboration cross-border as we strive to make today, as we strive in the UAE to make it a place where it's a data-driven for decision-making, and it's more stable things where we find data, alternative sources, and big data science in the heart of that thing.
Thank you very much, Taraya. And Andrea, to you. Many see that private sector, as Yusuf mentioned, owns or has access to a lot of big data. So how are you engaging with the private sector in this international movement, improving data foresight as well? Thank you.
Thank you. We have already started contacting mobile phone companies. We were granted with a data set. We could make an indicator for SDG 17. And we are using, it was a joint job with ITU and Indonesia and other partners. We are enjoying this data set to make a study of mobility. And what we plan is once we finish that, we can come back and show them the use of that for the society and try to convince them to give us access to data in a more regular basis. For the moment, we have only one extraction, only one data set, but we believe that if we show that it's useful, they can grant us with a regular base data sets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great example. And Yusuf, quite a topical question, a long answer. So I'll see how we do with this one. Do you see big data replacing statistical indicators at any point? Thank you.
Well, yes and no. Yes, because we already seeing big data replacing traditional sources of statistics. Already that is happening in some areas. In areas like the environment statistics, in disaster management, in urbanization, infrastructure statistics, we're already seeing that happening. And we are seeing it happening in areas that require like very dynamic and quick indicators. But at the same time, we see traditional data sources and methods still playing a very important role. There are some areas that we don't yet see big data replacing traditional statistics, and there are many. In fact, the areas that big data hasn't replaced traditional data are more than the areas where big data has already replaced traditional statistics. Like most of the SDGs, we are not yet able to replace them completely using big data. But most importantly, going forward, I think it will be a combination. It will be a combination of big data and traditional sources. We need traditional sources to inform big data, and we need big data to complement traditional sources. But we are increasingly seeing big data taking a more prominent role going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm trying to capture this great conversation for the summary at the end as well. So back to you. Look into the future. What's next for the UN Regional Hub here? And what do you expect out of its results? And importantly, the global impact? Thank you.
We eagerly look for the activation of the remaining regional hubs. And from this platform, we are happy to extend our support. The hubs are, in fact, our platform where the world provides data access to the local and international numbers. As Mr. Yusuf said, there are numbers that are started replacing, but we still have a challenge on how to replace everything there. So the hub will support us in delivering a collaborative network, exchange of data. What's unique about it is that it's a tailor-made where we have different applications and services across the hub there. So we'll look forward for partnerships. We are eager for that. What are the partnerships? And we have a live example starting tomorrow. We have experts from all around the world flying to the UAE, coming to deliver physical and virtual field expertise sessions starting tomorrow at Emirates Towers. And from this, I invite our stakeholders to take part of this because here is where we start. It's us bringing and building the capacity from the UAE to the world.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And Andrea, again, looking to the future, how are you going to engage the youth, our future, and spread awareness and increase community awareness of your users and partners? Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. You know that the regional hub in Brazil is hosted by the National School of Statistical Science. Eduardo said that what is let's say, the academic arm of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. And we have also a partner that is the Federal University of Pernambuco. What I mean is that it's our mission engage youth. So we are starting from the base, but we want to go beyond because we want to engage also the young statistician at the national statistical offices. And we do that in what way? We are just giving them a priority in the training we have for the next one in February and the other that will come in the future. So the idea is to give them priority to take contact beyond inviting them, drive actions to invite them and bring them to other activities. But the training is very important to show them what they can do with big data. And it's amazing. We made a pilot test of a training last summer in Brazil. And we just did that for the National School of Statistical Science for our students. It was just a pilot. And it was amazing how they reacted, seeing that they can take data, just web scraping something, and then making information, making statistics with that. So I think that's a very, very good opportunity to have the hub in the national school, because it can really bring youth into the idea of using big data and data science for SDGs and for official statistics in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And again, Yusuf, as we look to the future, what's next for your organization in Rwanda? And can you share some of the initiatives that you're working on? Thank you.
Yeah, we are planning to do 3 important things. One is we need to fix the capacity issue, especially with statistics offices and the wider statistics community, the national statistics system. And we are trying to put in place, working with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the UN Statistics Division, trying to put up a capacity building program. First of all, for practical skills that are transferable, especially for data science, like in analytics, in networks and data security, and so on and so forth, but also project-specific skills. It's important to have both, to have transferable open skills, but also the skills that enable staff to work on specific projects. The second thing that we are doing is to start pilot or proof of concept projects that are important for our region. For example, Africa is very reliant on agriculture. Now, can we start piloting projects or proof of concept projects that can validate the methodologies that we are seeing around? That is also very important. And for those successful projects, the third thing, we want to scale up. We want countries that can pioneer to scale up these methodologies so that we can start the transition to big data.
Perfect. Thank you very much. This great conversation has taken us through what organizations are doing now, some of the challenges and opportunities they face, and also looking to the future. We've managed to cover that a little bit ahead of time. So if I may, I'll just ask each panelist for any closing remarks, and maybe just phrase it with a question: what would you like the one thing in the audience to take away of how they can seize the opportunity that is created by these regional hubs? Right, thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I think it's time to put hands together to see what's best towards the activation of the hub. It's a place where it gives us advantages of expert, more than 300 expert, different sectors there. We have young people there. We have academia across the board. We are doing too many activations across, but we should do it more and more collaboration towards seeing what is the return of investment of each, and then we take them further. So as I mentioned before, tomorrow is a great step to start with. So I'd like to extend the invitation back again for people to start with us the first milestone towards building capacity building in the UAE.
Thank you very much. And Andrea, your thoughts?
Brad, works. Okay. Definitely, partnership is the word. It's a key word for this project, and in all different levels, not only with the private sector, the government, and the society, but also we have to start by being very strong inside of the UN global platform and all the different initiatives that we have. So I would say that we have to go together and not only with the task teams, but also with the regional hub. I think that we have to be together because we have experience to exchange. We have lessons learned in different levels from different experiences. So I would say that it's partnership, it's the key word to go ahead with that, because without that we cannot do, because it's not a work to be done by one person or one institution, one national statistical office, one sector of the government. It's to be done everybody together. So partnership.
Absolutely, very key. Thank you, Andrea. And Yusuf, your thoughts. Thank you.
It's been some time since we started talking about big data. But what we see that has not yet picked momentum is that countries, especially statistics offices and the national statistics systems, deliberately inserting a big data agenda in the statistics offices. We all need to start. Of course, some can start big and some can start small, but we all need to start and then mobilize around the hubs and between hubs, and then slowly by slowly we'll make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may then, in the closing minutes, I'll just summarize some of the great discussion that we've had this morning. So we said here, looking at cross-sector collaboration was a very important point from Thoraya there. And also an important point through most of these topics is the community, and most importantly, the trust in the data and the work that we all do. Yusuf, you mentioned a challenge in the way traditional ways of working are being challenged, both in keeping up with the demand as data becomes more popular, so does the phone keeps ringing. But how does the traditional workforce adapt to the new techniques and skills required for big data work? Also, big data doesn't come without its own challenges in regard to infrastructure, accessing the data, and the human capital to work on it. And this is much broader than just the national statistics offices, and something we must all address together. A number of our panelists spoke about how the data and the statistics is the heart of the ecosystem. The point I stressed there is the ecosystem is the large part. The data in the middle is just a small part. So how can we collaborate both nationally and cross-border to improve data-driven decision-making? We spoke briefly, but maybe not enough, on the private sector and the huge role that they play in this. They have data, but we need to take it from them in sensible fashions. We need to show value, show impact, and show benefit to encourage them to share more and more structured and more formal data. Will it replace statistics? A big question. I think you can see the consensus from our panelists is it has in some places, but not that's a small percentage of the work. And it may continue to help and complement. There's not a seek of one or the other. It's how can the traditional and the new technologies work together to improve efficiencies, improve the outputs of the statistical sectors. Then we look to the future. I think it's consensus across the panel, where we heard from the closing comments there, that partnership and network is key. We look at the education, absolutely, including our future people who will be sat in these seats is important. And Andrea mentioned there from the very beginning, if there's people waiting for training, the young ones are getting it first. That's an important message to take away. Yusuf, you mentioned on your, from your challenges moving forward, we need to fix the capacity, not only in the offices, but in the broader statistical system. And it's great to see the work has already started there. And again, into showing value, undertaking POCs and pilots on topics that are relatable to the regions will bring more people to these topics, whether that be the private sector, other systems within government or users, to understand more and therefore move forward together. So I think, as Thoraya said there, we need to get together, regardless of the sector you come from, your age, your interests, or your expertise. We're all here to share. Partnership which obviously is SDG 17, in cohesion with other efforts happening across the global platform, need to be working towards a common goal. I think it's fair to say in summary that the work we've heard today is regional, but its impacts are global, and that's an important point to continue. And if I may repeat what His Excellency Abdullah Lutar said, there may be fun to be had outside the window here, but the work starts, and the invitation is that work starts today, but also tomorrow in the workshops. So may I thank once again my panelists, Thoraya, Andrea, Yusuf. It's been a pleasure having the discussion with you this morning, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Oh, fantastic.
Very much for the great panel discussion. A question actually to the moderator. So one question to you, and maybe a question to the panelists. So Matthew, you come from Esri. Global enterprise, big data, like no one has. I'll ask the question, then come back to you after I ask the other question. How do you see yourself as Esri working with regional hubs, let alone the statistics offices? So how are you going to embark on this new journey with these regional hubs in the future? And where do you see the value of Esri supporting these regional hubs, making a difference? So that's to you as a moderator. And for the panelists, Thoraya, you're about to kickstart the regional hub in the UAE. It's not going to be a rosy journey. This is not going to be la la land. This is going to be very tough. And it requires seriousness, dedication, commitment, persistence. There will be challenges, there will be failures. Are you ready for this? And how do you, if you're going to create a roadmap, can you break this roadmap into achievable targets? Let's say in the coming 10 years, then the interventions, what are your targets? And I would love to know two things that you learned in Brazil and Rwanda when you launched the regional hubs. I wouldn't call them failures, but challenges that the UAE can learn from. You want us to avoid, or you want us to pay attention to as we start this journey? And thank you very much. Great discussion, great remarks, and thank you very much for making it to the UAE, both of you, Brazil and Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah.
You don't clap for questions. This is the first.
So yeah, if I may then, absolutely. So as Esri is a tech company, we build technology to be used. That's the purpose and mission and vision of our company. And for anyone that has experience of us and our founder, he didn't want to do this. He saw a gap, and therefore he started building the technology. So I think we are very happy to be involved in conversations like this, and we are obviously in many of the UN systems as well. It's a no-brainer because we want to provide the tools to people to address some of these challenges. Specifically to the regional hubs, having the ability to involved in the capacity development work and include our commitment to any of the regional hubs to bring those experts in the different topics, whether they're part of Esri's employees or more part of the Esri family. And it's great to see some Esri family members here today, but we're not talking about the technology, which I personally like. We're talking about the impact of technology. So as a tech company, we continue to be here. We want to hear the feedback on what's working, what's not working. To have 1,000 developers sat there looking for these challenges. So they like to find stuff that's broken. They like new challenges. But my ask is we get those and we respond to technology. And that, again, is in partnership. I'm a firm believer that there's no competition. We collaborate on industry. We compete on the business. But we are just one industry, and that's where collaboration is important. So thank you for the great question. If I may then, Thoraya, just to recap Abdullah's question, it's a tough commitment ahead. And how are you going to manage this, and what targets do you have? Thank you.
As Abdullah just mentioned, I'm sure it wouldn't be a rosy journey moving around because this challenge comes across all sectors, across all the national NSOs around the world. But there is always a point where we should start putting hands together, sharing ideas, expertise from all around the world. Most importantly is we need to involve the private sector. We need to involve the academia to learn from this experience. We've been sharing different experiences with the UN, and they've been of a great support with us throughout the journey that we already had 2 years back with them. We've already doing some mentorship programs across the world. It was one of the successful across the UN, and tomorrow in one of the sessions, as a UAE, will be showcasing the achievement there. We've also used big data to enhance some of the indicators in our World Bank reports. And also at that stage, we were selected to showcase tomorrow. So there are almost those baby steps that takes us towards the final journey. And I'm sure we need to sit together and put the long-term journey towards what are we achieving next. And by this, from the UAE, we ensure everyone that we will have everyone involved in this table. Because when we say collaboration and building capacity, it's not only for us, it's for everyone in this region. Because we do represent the region, we do not represent the UAE only. So we make sure we tap on everyone in the region to enhance the capability and moving forward to those. I hope it answers your question, Abdullah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thoraya. And to Andrea and Yusuf, if I may summarize, what lessons learned have you had and what advice can you share with your colleagues here in the UAE as they start their venture on the regional hub? Thank you. Andrea, maybe first.
Thank you for the question. I would say that is something very tough to decide on how to do. We signed the MO in April. We convened an advisory group for the hub to draw the work program. It was in August, and we wanted to be sure to be able to make it. So we designed the work program according to our own capacity. What I would do different, I would talk more with the task teams of the UN Global Platform and talk more to the NSOs in the region to know what they could bring. As we wanted to be sure that we could make it, we did basically by ourselves. I would not do that again for the next work program. I would do different. I would talk more inside and outside. So I hope that it's Latin America and the Caribbean. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrea. And Yusuf, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think there is a very big lesson we've learned together. I would say globally, all countries. When we started this, thinking about big data around 5-6 years ago, we thought it would be a quick fix. And we thought maybe big data would quickly replace other traditional sources. That didn't happen. And now we know actually it may not happen. So I think as we move forward, we need to think through very well what we need to do and how we are going to combine both, because the thinking now has been in isolation, thinking about big data as a silo on its own. So how do we work with both and program together and involve everyone, make sure that we have buy-in of countries in the region and buy-in of other stakeholders? I think that is very important going forward.
Absolutely. So the work doesn't start tomorrow for the panel, it starts this afternoon. So thank you very much. Should we leave questions there or is there time for more? For more? Anyone? Please raise your hand if you have any other questions for the panel. Yes, a gentleman at the back there.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Muhammad Khalaf from Jordan. I return back to what Mr. Yusuf said in this panel. Thank you very much for this event, very important event. What I would like to say is that one of the obstacles to use big data is how to join big data with the statistical procedures. I think it's the time to start working on creating statistical methodologies to apply it for the big data. In fact, use the big data figures and numbers and to convey the persons in decision making. You need to produce them or to introduce for them a solid methodologies and solid techniques. I think it's the time to start thinking how to create statistical methods and statistical procedures for big data to be used. In fact, this issue, if you look at from the outside, we'll find it difficult. But if you'll go deep in big data, I think we can find some solid statistical procedures for its use. And on the other side, the problems and challenges of big data is different in developed countries compared to developing countries concerning sources, its uses, concerning SDGs, how to make this big data including all people in these societies so as not to leave anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So to the panel then, any thoughts or experience you can share on bringing some of this work into methodologies that then can be shared, and any variances you've heard there in working in different economic environments? Anyone? Andrea, thank you.
I just can make a comment because if you're looking into the United Nations Global Platform, it's an instance that contains not only data, but also tools and methodology. And also you can connect with experts to help you and support in using the big data and applying the methodology and using the tools. So it's a complete instance that you could reach, let's say, through the regional hub. It's a complete, what I mean, it's a complete project. It's not a project just to raise awareness in using big data, but it's offering also data, tools, experts, methodology. So getting closer to your regional hub, you can have access to all that. So I think that it could help a lot. I don't know if I bring.
Thank you, Andrea. Any other comments on that question?
Yeah, it used to be, sometime back, it used to be like the UN and international organizations developing methodology and testing them and validating them and taking them to countries. Now things have changed. We don't think those traditional organizations have the capacity to do that. But we still need a very systematic way of producing methodology and making sure the methodologies are robust and validated. We are still navigating the journey. We've not yet sorted that out, but I think that is one of the things we need to do. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Sorry. Oh, good. Thank you. A question here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Hamid Al-Ka'bi. I'm Director General for the Federal Geographic Information Center for UAE. It's very interesting what we have heard today, but I believe when we talk about life, as His Excellency said, that every single human, he deserves a better life. So when we talk about a better life, we talk about a better data. So data nowadays can driven us, can guide us to where we have to work, how we have to do, what we have to do. So without it, it won't be easy to achieve those strategic goals. And when we talk about big data, we talk about multiple sources of this data. Nowadays, as you can see, the media have played a big role in providing and deliver such special data or geospatial data to the community. Talking about Facebook, talking about Instagram, talking about all those sources of media all over the world. In addition to that, we talk about remote sensing, satellite imagery, drone, and so many sources when we talk about big data. So I believe it's not about just only having data. I believe data, it's already exists. somewhere there or there, it's already there. I mean, we have it. I believe the most important thing is to think about how we can define a mechanism to integrate all those sources of data for a better use. Without having an integration tools or mechanism, I don't think it will be easier for us to manipulate all of this data coming from different sources. So we should think of that direction. In addition to that, when we talk about partnership and we talk about building capacity, we talk about rising awareness for the society, for the peoples, I believe most of them, they are aware of how important this data nowadays. But in order to make them as a partner of what we are planning to do, we should define a clear pathway for them, a clear mechanism. They should understand the benefit of that data. And this data, without it, they won't have a better life. So we should focus more about the mechanism and tools of integrating all those sources of data that are coming and changing every single day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Any comments to that? A really important point. The data probably is already out there. We just need to bring it together. Thank you, Thoraya.
So I do agree with the point raised. It's more about how can we find the foundation and the principles to consider big data as a source of national statistic. Now we come through the points that I've mentioned where I say trust will be a problem when public say this is an open source data. Can you consider it as an official statistics for that? So the methodology part that is provided by the UN can emphasize and support us in this. How can we put a foundational methodology on how to calculate such big data across the world, because they do have across 4 regions for now, and we are hoping more regions to come, and then all these things. So how can we do all this? Will require efforts, of course, grounds, experience across. Maybe Yusuf, you can implement, or anything you have an idea across what's already mentioned.
I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. If I may, just one comment from myself on that is we probably all traveled here today, either on the metro, the road system here. No one thinks twice about having a road infrastructure. We've all probably charged our phones. No one thinks twice about having utility infrastructure or power infrastructure. What we're talking about here is having an information infrastructure and a data infrastructure. And that's absolutely key to countries, economies, regions, and the world as well. So thank you very much for your comments. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us.
That's a decision.
Thank you.
like to feel the seat a little bit.
Yeah, you can sit. It's all right.
You know what I mean? You have to, yes, you know.
If someone's on the stage, then people will come. Otherwise, we have to
that
call
wasn't
them.
my strategy. I just like to inhabit the space I'll be speaking from
Yeah.
to get the feel.
To get the feel. To get the feel.
Yeah, it didn't look like I was giving them a hint. That wasn't my intent.
Did they tell you where they are?
Oh, you said, I think Her Excellency is still arriving. Yeah, I saw. You and I always find each other because of our height. Yeah. I always go with my Spanish Japanese pronunciation. No, she's Rwandan. Ingabire. The Arabic vowels, the Japanese vowels, and the Spanish vowels are all the same.
You don't know when it's E or I.
I think that's what's so. I only that we can't use the American vowels.
Hello.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. Now moving on to our next session. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rudolf Lohmeyer, partner at Kearney, as our moderator for the panel discussion on big data, artificial intelligence, and the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, joined by His Excellency Umar bin Sultan Al Ulama, Her Excellency Paula Ngaberi, and Ms. Maria Francesca Spatulisano.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. I think that as we gather on this very, very beautiful day, there are three realities on which we can agree. And in my experience, data at the end of the day is very much about acknowledging and seeing reality so that one can act on it. So what are those three realities? I'll elevate my mask. The first is that the challenges that we are facing in the world are vast. The energy in this room is so positive. The last thing I want to do is make that energy negative. But the reality is that from climate change to hunger, to the development of children, to inequality, to geopolitical instability, there is a lot happening in the world that it represents fundamental, arguably even existential challenges. I think we can agree on that. But secondly, we can also agree that we live in a moment of unprecedented solutions. The power of the solutions emerging before us have never been stronger, never been more clearly demonstrated. Even for 10 years, we've had 2 rovers wandering around Mars, can you imagine? We're about to have a telescope that will see farther by 100 times than we've ever seen before into space and time. The power is there. And so then the third thing is therefore that the progress that we are making against the challenges that we face is insufficiently fast. It has to become faster, not in theory, not in discussion, but in reality. And so in this context, the remarkable panel that I am so privileged to moderate for reasons that I'm not entirely aware of, I will just say is really the perfect group to discuss it, but it's also the ideal context. Why? United Arab Emirates, arguably as much as any country on earth, is one of the countries most relentlessly committed to accelerating progress. That is all this country does, day and night. And Dubai, of course, is the city at the very frontier of that. Even my children, when we visit other countries, they can't wait to get back. My youngest always says, these other countries are so boring. Can't we come back where things are happening? So we're in the ideal context and we have these realities to face. Let's have a discussion about how we can use big data, artificial intelligence, to accelerate our progress. And with that brief introduction, I'd like to introduce and begin the discussion with our dear panelists. Your Excellency, Omar, it's such a pleasure to be with you again. You are the first Minister of Artificial Intelligence in the world. Can you imagine? I think if we'd said that to you 10 years ago, you might have been surprised. Tell us about, in receiving this the great honor of this position, the mandate that you were given and why the UAE considers artificial intelligence so important to what it's trying to do in the world.
Thank you very much. I don't know what the protocol is for masks, but sometimes it's good to break the rules. So I'd like to first make a correction. I think on this platform with 192 countries, I'd like to say that the world has a lot to offer. and Dubai constantly and the UAE constantly learns from the world. So I'm glad to hear your kids love it here, and I hope that this is the case for everyone. But we do claim that we are students in the school of life as a country, and we know that nothing is going to be perfect. We constantly need to learn and adapt and change. Now, with that being said, this is exactly what I was told when the position was first established. At first, when people think about a senior position in government, they think it's a privilege. But rather, the reality is it's a responsibility. It's a responsibility because you carry on your shoulders, and I know Her Excellency will touch upon this as well, the future of generations to come. Every decision that you take is either going to take your country forward, or is going to be a decision that people look back on and say, you know, this person made a mistake by taking this decision. You also need to understand that the technology we're talking about is a technology that brings with it so many opportunities and so many challenges as well. Wherein most countries decided to push the puck and say, we don't want to address this today, or we don't want to have an official stance as a government, our leadership actually embraced this. And we see this over time. It's not something that just happened with artificial intelligence. We've seen this actually in the early 90s when you saw the internet actually coming up and people talked about the future. Some people thought the internet was a fad, and they said that the internet has no future and that this is going to be a bubble that just bursts. And within that time period, when everyone was saying that, you had a leader in the Middle East who said, we believe in the internet so much so that we're going to invest in creating a city dedicated to the internet called the Dubai Internet City. And we're going to put a vision to put the government on the internet. It was completely out of this world. People thought that, you know, the Middle East doesn't know what they're talking about. This country is a, you know, startup nation. And this technology is a technology that's unproven. But this belief that we together, as a collective humanity, not just as Emiratis, as 200 nationalities that live and thrive in the UAE, can shape the future of a technology that will help shape the future of a region, that will create outputs that we are seeing decades later, is what actually drove us to the success that we're seeing today. So based on that bet that was taken 22 years ago, we're seeing today that the UAE has the biggest number of unicorns in the region in any country other than Israel, if you remove Israel. It has the highest number of startups starting up in the digital economy. It is the hub of most companies that are operating, regional companies that are operating in the digital economy space. And we can say today that this was the right decision, but imagine how much bravery it took 22 years ago to go and make these bets and then tell the people from around the world that we want you to come here and shape that future with us. We're taking the same approach with artificial intelligence. We know that as a country, we cannot claim to be leaders in artificial intelligence. But if we inspire people like the people that are in this room, the diversity that we have, if we're able to enable people, if we're able to change our regulations to allow for this technology to thrive, while also ensuring that if there are any challenges that arise from it, we can regulate against it, we will become leaders in this technology. And I have no doubt of that. The other thing that we need to understand is AI is not one technology, it's an umbrella. So self-driving cars are very different from computer vision softwares or algorithms. And their use cases are very different. So we shouldn't say that AI is good or AI is bad. We shouldn't say that AI is the future or AI is the past. AI is a tool that we need to understand constantly and deploy where it suits us. What suits the UAE might not suit Rwanda, might not suit the US, and it's perfectly fine because technology does not get developed as a one-size-fits-all model. It gets developed for a certain ecosystem, and then other ecosystems can go and leapfrog or even say that this doesn't work for us. We're seeing what Africa is doing for mobile payments. They leapfrogged many of the developing countries, and they did it on their terms. They did not emulate something that existed elsewhere. They are the ones that created that future. So what excites me is we are in a phase right now where we have a technology with so much potential. We have a lot of youth and a lot of youthful thinkers, people who actually believe that we do not want to miss out on this. And we understand that we can play a role in shaping this. As Africa, as the Middle East, as this part of the world that in the past were just importers of technology, we will export this technology, and I'm 100% sure of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. So appreciate it. Your Excellency, Paula, what a segue His Excellency has given us to Rwanda. The remarkable journey of Rwanda in Africa is stunning for us all. The first question we have for you, and we're starting from a national perspective to understand how these tools have been powerful before we move to a multilateral perspective. So tell us about the journey from the National AI Strategy to the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and of course the Hub. Tell us how Rwanda has made the journey it's made in such a short period of time.
Thank you very much. I'll take the liberty to remove my mask. The host decided to break the rules, so as a guest, I'll follow suit. So good afternoon, everyone. I think just like UAE and His Excellency Omar rightly said it, you'll probably never find a one-size-fits-all. But I think what you see is similar to UAE, the deliberate effort and intention to say digital technologies are going to be at the heart of our socio-economic development process. And that was so important for Rwanda because we were starting from scratch. We didn't have much natural resources. We are land-linked. We don't like to say landlocked. We are a land-linked country. So you have to figure out what are some of those things that are going to help you leapfrog the development stages. And for us, technology was a deliberate choice that we made as a country. Now, our story or our journey dates back to about 21 years ago. This is after Rwanda had gone through the genocide against the Tutsi. We're really starting from scratch. We just had one telecommunication company in the country. And you can imagine thinking that big and knowing that technology is going to be one of the key drivers for growth. With just one telecommunication country, you might as well say, like His Excellency said, it was such a big bet, but a feasible one if you start with very deliberate and concrete steps. And so our journey has been a series of policies and strategies that have started with really setting up the right infrastructure that was required. And when we talk about big data and AI, which is really the theme of our session, you'll understand that having the right infrastructure in place is so critical to driving some of the development and the use cases that we'll talk about in a bit. Then that was also followed by really looking at the policy and regulatory environment. You did ask a question that was very specific to the national AI strategy. And this comes as something that we started with the big data revolution policy. Because one, we had put in place the infrastructure, we had started building the skills. And so the next question, big question for us was how do we leverage these infrastructure investments we've made as a country to really drive digital adoption across different sectors and ensure that every Rwandan, every part of Rwanda can really understand and feel the power of technology. So data becomes the key thing. How do we use data to do that? And so we started with a big data revolution policy, which then really was looking at how do we put in place an open data policy, how do we put in place, start to open up data sets, not just for government. And as you can imagine, for most of you that are in the room, most governments have a lot of data that they at their disposal. Because of the services we're providing, we collect a lot of data. So how do you use it, not just for government to improve on your service delivery, to improve on the policies and also inform the decisions that you're making, but how do you also open it up to the private sector? You rightly said, Your Excellency, about startups. Startups are really, the engine for growth for any economy. So if we are betting on technology as a key driver for growth, it was also important to understand beyond financing, beyond the right conducive business and policy and regulatory environment, what else can we do differently? And I think opening up data sets was so key and central to ensuring that they are building the right solutions. And so that's what our journey has been like. Where we are today, together with the World Economic Forum, we've been able to set up the network of both industrial revolution centers. UAE has one, Rwanda has another, and Rwanda is among the 2 countries on the African continent that have it. So it's Rwanda and South Africa. Now, the World Economic Forum has 9 thematic areas that as a country you can choose to focus efforts of really putting in place the right regulatory environment. So similar to UAE and South Africa, we also chose AI and data policy. Because we believe in the power of AI, big data in really transforming, our economies. And what we're looking at, and I like what you said, Your Excellency, around being a leader, Rwanda's strategy is to become a proof of concept hub. And you may ask, what does that really mean? What it means for us is that as a small country as we are, but understanding that the challenges that we grapple with on a daily basis as policymakers is similar to many African countries. We want to be a test bed for innovators and startups to come and test solutions. You rightly talked about mobile payments, options that we have that are driving the digitalization agenda. So creating that platform where any innovator, African or not African, can come to Rwanda, build solutions for Africa, and then scale from Rwanda. And so that's our strategy, and that is what we're really focused on achieving in the next 5 to 10 years.
Absolutely brilliant, thank you. And you're so right, and Your Excellency, forgive me, I didn't mean to sound like an Emirati nationalist with that statement, but just to explain that point, and Your Excellency, Paula, your point's embedded is, these countries are laboratories. They are laboratories of change and how to accelerate them, and that's what's so powerful. And it is a bit intoxicating for those of us privileged to live in those countries. If I may, do we have Assistant Secretary General Spatolisano? Is she with us? Are you able to hear me? Hello.
Here,
wonderful.
although virtually, you. Hello. I will turn my screen on, but I apologize in advance for my poor connection.
I think, yes, madam, I think maybe it might be a little bit too challenged. I don't think if we may, we're going to come back to you soon. I want to make one more round on the national front anyway.
Hello.
We'll
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, but very important.
I can see you.
We cannot hear you very well. I think let's come. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. But now it's a bit of a Stephen Hawking effect that's occurring. So give us just a moment, please. Which, of course, one of my heroes. So that's great too. Your Excellency, about the UAE's agenda of the 50, what is the role of AI in achieving that vision? And again, we're really focused here, as you know, on what are the actual causal logics by which AI can advance their achievement?
Thank you very much. I'd just like to comment on Her Excellency's point about me breaking the law here as a host. I think that, since we have 90% vaccination rates, everyone here is tested, we can have that liberty. So I apologize, I try to send the right message sometimes. And the second thing is, unfortunately, sometimes when you depend on technology, it fails you, but we'll make the most out of it. When we think about the Agenda 50 of the UAE, we, as a country, believe that we need to constantly disrupt ourselves so that we ensure that we can be relevant in the coming 50 years. What we've done over the last 50 years was a monumental achievement. The UAE was able to attract incredible talent from around the world. Yourself and others as well in this room are a testament to that. The UAE was able to invest in infrastructure, was able to invest in creating the software rather than just the hardware. A lot of countries in the world focus on building roads, bridges, and hard infrastructure. But what really matters is the people, and what really matters is the quality of outputs that these people create, whether it's on the technology side, but on other sides as well. And that was something that we've seen a lot of success in because of the tolerant open society, because of the mindset that we had, that we are willing to be bold and test what is untested and actually take decisions to put a target for us and a milestone that we want to achieve. And that was what His Highness Sheikh Mohammed put for Vision 2021. Now, in the next 50 years, what we need to understand is no one has achieved our target yet in where we want to go. And we don't know what's going to happen with technology. No matter how good of a forecaster you are of the future, there is one statistic that holds true, which is anyone who forecasts the future is most definitely wrong in most cases, but they are right in some cases. And the only way for you to forecast the future accurately all the time is to constantly say that I believe the sun is going to rise tomorrow morning. And if you do that, then you're going to be 99% right. But what we do understand is certain fundamentals are going to be relevant. Quality of life is still going to be relevant 50 years down the line. So we want to be the best in quality of life. Education is still going to be relevant 50 years down the line, whether that is achieved through a classroom effect or a seminar effect like this, or whether it's through downloading content to your brain, depending on where you sit on the fence there. It doesn't matter how people are going to get educated. We want to be the best in education. It doesn't matter how you're going to deliver healthcare. We want to be the best in healthcare. And that's our vision. Our vision is we need to deploy technology for the sake of achieving these targets, rather than deploying technology for the sake of technology itself. What we've done so far, so over the last couple of months, is we've realized that there are certain gaps that the UAE has currently in terms of where we want to deploy technology and what capabilities we have here. So we currently have amongst the highest coders per capita in the region. So I don't want to spoil the party here, but if we think of the number of coders that we have in the UAE, we have over 60,000 coders today in the UAE. And these are quite high quality. How can we become the highest coders per capita country in the world? Because what we're seeing now is every single sector is being digitized. In the past, there are certain sectors, fitness, for example, and health and wellness, people could not even think or fathom that this sector is going to become a digital sector. Today, because of the Apple Watch, because of the connected devices, everything in the gym is connected. The same can be said about healthcare, the same can be said about education. So who is going to write that software? Who is going to maintain that software? Who is going to update it and improve it and innovate on it? It's going to be these developers. And we're also seeing that the countries that are today talent exporters are countries that are next to us. So we can learn from them, we can attract talent from them, we can work together with them to ensure that we can be a country that is relevant in the next 50 years. Another thing is, there are certain trends that we're also seeing that are quite interesting. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are an interesting field. We don't want to take a stance as the government that says, no, we want to reject that technology. We always want to experiment. And by experiment, I'm not saying that we're going to make it legal tomorrow or we're going to embrace it fully, but we're at least going to try to understand what potential it brings and what challenges as well arise from it. The metaverse, everyone's talking about it right now. What does this mean for the UAE? What does it mean for a country that is situated right at the heart and center of the world, has the best connectivity networks in the world? Does it mean that we're going to have a bigger piece of that pie? People are going to be situated here and working in the metaverse? Or would it mean that people can be anywhere and experience Dubai on the metaverse and the UAE? These are questions that we continuously embrace, and we try to as well have a stance in it that is not a solid stance, because we understand as well that you can make mistakes. Umar is not an all-seeing oracle. I am human the same way that everyone else is. But if we deliberate together, if we come and sit in the same room and we'd have discussions that help us understand things more clearly, our vision for the future is going to become clearer.
Thank you so much. And I thank you also for mentioning blockchain, because Your Excellency, Paul, I wanted to turn a question to you now about blockchain. You've been a passionate advocate for it. How do you see it? And by the way, in the work that we're doing, we see its importance in countless ways, and its relationship to the role of government is, of course, fascinating. In the case of Rwanda, how do you see blockchain, what it means for your journey, and then what do you see its power for helping to achieve the SDGs?
So what we see obviously is the complementarities that all these technologies have for each other. What are the strengths? And as you rightly said, Your Excellency, if we're talking about AI and the power of really, being able to analyze and make sense of very trillions of data sets, what is it that blockchain brings in complementarity? And so what we're already seeing, and something that everyone, globally, is the ability, the security that comes with the blockchain technology, traceability, obviously, and the efficiency that comes with it. And so, again, because we have, positioned ourselves as a proof of concept hub, what that also means is that we don't have the luxury to say they're not globally agreed on policies or regulations around certain technologies. And so we're going to be in a sit and wait mode until something can be figured out. And I'll just give you a very quick examples. We're already deploying blockchain technology. We've done it with our land management systems as we think about all the different related land transactions that are happening. They are built on a distributed ledger system. And that's super helpful because as land becomes an asset that can be used for various economic transactions that our citizens are involved in. The other use case that we are now exploring is the use of distributed ledger systems when it comes to electronic medical record systems for patients or for the Rwandan citizens. As we build a single medical record for any patient that is in Rwanda, being able to have the ability that these records won't be tampered with, the security that comes with that. But beyond that, and the reason I say we don't, and I echo what His Excellency was saying, that we don't have the luxury. I remember before we even we established the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution in Rwanda, what had happened then was that we were already looking at what are the challenges that we have and how can technology be a means to responding to this. And we were approached by a company, and I think this story is known by many, which is Zipline, around using drones. Now, at that time, 5 years ago, really, even today, it's still highly debated on what could you consider as globally, recognized regulations around drone operations. And so for us, the starting point was not to say we don't have regulations, we don't have legal instruments to sort of govern this, but it was rather to first say, is there a potential to use this technology? And because we're already looking at healthcare, grappling with how efficiently can we deliver medical products, starting with even blood products to some of the rural hospitals, was this going to be a potential solution to answering that? And so our starting point was figuring out, is there a potential use case? The answer was yes. How do we then build what we've now, together with the World Economic Forum, termed performance-based regulations? Because you can't have one size fits all for any drone operator. How do we sort of figure out, to your point, Your Excellency, what are the risks associated with flying drones to deliver blood products across rural parts of Rwanda? And how do we design a solution that mitigates the risks that we can already anticipate? But also building an iterative mechanism. You did talk about coders, that's one thing they do very well, the iteration that has to happen. How do we sort of create that iteration even in policy design to allow ourselves that, yes, what may be relevant today, a year from now, will need to change and not have hard-coded policies. Now, moving on to AI, and I think the panel, I wasn't here, but I know the DG was there. Beyond the national AI strategy, what we're also building is, say, let's have a big data hub, because we're talking about open data, we're talking about leveraging all these data sets. But to do that, we've already started to think about use cases that could already show the value for that. And I want to connect it to your question as I close around SDGs.
Please, and don't even close. This is the heart of the matter. Please, please.
Yes, around SDGs. So whether it's healthcare, which is a key goal, how do we deliver quality healthcare to Rwandans? We've been working with Babylon to, build AI triage tools, because the doctor-patient ratio, we have fewer doctors compared to the population. So how do we use AI to sort of ease the work of, doctors, but also allow to provide quality healthcare? And then when we go to transportation, as we think about infrastructure as a pillar, what we've done, and this was really when we had just registered our very first COVID case in Rwanda. And you can imagine the restrictions that all of us have had in the different countries around the capacity of transportation systems operating at 50%, 75%, yet you know that the demand and the supply do not necessarily match. And so we had to quickly think about, we worked with GSMA and figured out how do we create models that will help us understand bus allocation based on some of these restrictions where because of social distancing, you have to operate at 50%, but also understanding how we optimize the routes based on this data that we're getting. So a combination of AI tools and CDR data was able to help us to understand how better we optimize the routes and also the bus allocation that needs to happen, bearing in mind the peak hours. And so these are real examples of how big data, AI, combination of blockchain have really responded to real life challenges that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And so if I had to even give you examples across all the SDGs, I think we'll find very relevant ones from even agriculture, where we're using AI to understand mosquito breeding sites as we figure out how to minimize malaria spread and infection across the population. If you go to infrastructure mining, we're already doing that. And so again, this is not just government doing it, this is government working with entrepreneurs and innovators and saying, here's a problem, let's test some of these technologies, let's open up data, and let's see if it's giving, it's helping us to bridge the gap that we're already trying to close on.
Thank you for that answer. And I think, thank you for being a laboratory of use cases that the world so desperately needs. And may I say, do we have the Assistant Secretary General? Are you able to hear me well? Madam Spatolisano, are you able to hear me? No? Okay, no problem. Your Excellency, Omar, I want to ask you this exact same question, use cases. Talk us through some of the most promising use cases for AI you're seeing in the country, please.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to just take a page from Her Excellency's book and saying, that we, as Rwanda does as well, look at this as a completely blank page where we can deploy technology in a way that really will help solve our issues, rather than deploying technology to show that we deployed certain technologies. And some of the applications that were used so far, if you think about where quality of life is addressed and where quality of life is affected the most, there are certain aspects in life that affect our quality of life drastically, one of which is traffic, for example. And having someone sitting in a control center that steers traffic, that tries to either address certain congestions or change certain routes is definitely a good thing. But having an algorithm that is optimized, that learns from historical data, that is able to constantly change traffic flows to ensure that people are able to reach their destination within a maximum of 20 minutes, let's say, is a definite plus of using artificial intelligence. And this is not a theoretical application. This currently exists in Abu Dhabi. It currently exists in Dubai as well. And these are fundamentally positive technologies that have very little negative repercussions. We look at AI and we look at these technologies as technologies that we need to deploy in non-controversial manners. So all of the sectors where we deploy them are sectors that are very clear-cut. There's no debate whether it's right or wrong. Second, it's places where you have the most impact on the lives of people. And third is things that we can actually have a value add and we can actually develop as a country rather than just import. So traffic is one example. Healthcare is another. So we saw a very interesting challenge, but as well an opportunity for us. We are a global transit hub. We are a country made up of people from all around the world, which means that our healthcare data is quite unique. Now, if you look at people's healthcare data, it's a controversial issue to address. We tell people we're going to look at your data and we're going to analyze it. But there are certain data sets that everyone will want to open up to ensure that the global good, the prevailing good, is something that serves everyone. So we said to ourselves, if every single person who comes to the UAE does a chest X-ray to identify if they have tuberculosis, can we use these X-rays, if they're anonymized, to train an algorithm to see any X-ray and identify if someone has tuberculosis? It's very simple. Tuberculosis kills more than 2.5 million people a year. It is a challenge. It is something that can be eradicated. So, very similar to other diseases that we see. But it's because of our inability to track it quite well, it's spreading and it's killing more and more people, and it's affecting certain countries in a more disproportionate manner than others. So this tool that was developed was tested. The accuracy rate is better than even the best doctor on earth in terms of tuberculosis. We're now looking at how we can make this a part of our foreign aid. How can we give it to other countries for them to eradicate tuberculosis with us? India, certain African countries, and others as well. And here, it is not a UAE problem. It's a global problem that this is being solved for. We don't see AI as something that is going to replace the human. We see AI as something that the human is going to embrace and unleash their potential. So in terms of diagnosis, we know that the ultimate decision will always be with the human. You want to actually see a person and you want him to tell you, you're going to go through this. Even if there's a chance that you won't, that reassurance, that sort of emotional intelligence is going to give you that willingness to fight. But if you just see a screen that says 99% you have this disease and you're not going to make it, even if there was a chance that you're going to make it, you're going to give up. And this is the fundamental difference. In terms of determining where we want to deploy AI versus where we don't, we think of a few different factors. The first is the highest potential of impact. Second is the lowest potential of controversy. Third, it's the least amount of job disruption, because there are certain jobs that AI can do very well today. But if 60% of government jobs are that job, for example, and I'm speaking hypothetically here, would you want to deploy it? How long will it take you to reskill and retool these people? And how much will you save? If what you're going to save is less than the social benefit that you're going to give these people, it makes absolutely no sense. So we look at these factors together to then identify where it makes most sense for us. And here I'd like to also reiterate the point that it's not a one-size-fits-all model. In certain countries, in the US, for example, autonomous trucks are a big issue. They have over 1 million truck drivers. How many truck drivers are in the UAE? What is the impact that we're going to have on deploying artificial intelligence-enabled self-driving trucks? maybe the impact is going to be less severe than the US. And this is where I'm saying countries need to address how this technology is going to serve them and what fields they're going to deploy them in. A few examples as well that I'd like to quickly mention is oil and gas. If we can't dictate the price of oil, we can deploy AI to help us increase the efficiency of our production, storage, and distribution of oil to reduce the cost per barrel. So here, even if the cost goes down, you still have savings that will, give you that buffer to make a profit out of it. We are looking at certain challenges that are time sensitive. Climate change is something that not one country can solve on its own. As a challenge that keeps growing as time goes by. The only way you can combat it is by deploying advanced technologies, is by having real-time data, high-quality data that can be crunched by a machine. If you bring the best scientists on Earth and you give them the amount of meteorological data that we have for the whole world for one day, it will take them over 100 years to analyze. All of the temperature data, all of the cloud data, all of the emission data, everything. It will take them 100 years, but today you can deploy it on software. It gives you certain discrepancies and you can actually understand more. So our statistics centers are doing that to get higher quality output of the big data that currently exists in the UAE. And this is where I think the value is going to be in actually trying to address the problems that you have directly. There is one example that I like to give. If you look at education, what is the issue with education today? The issue with education is you don't know if you're doing well or if you're not doing well until midterm. So you study and you go to class for 4 months or 6 months or whatever it is, and then you go towards the midterm and you realize, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I don't understand a single thing. Imagine if the same thing happened when you go to the gym. If you go to the gym and every single day you have no idea how well you're doing, in 6 months, many people are going to have bad results. What the fitness tracker did, it revolutionized going to the gym and it revolutionized wellness because every single day, you know your metrics, whether you lost weight, you gained weight, you know your heart rate, you know your sleep, and then you can correlate them together to have better results. And that revolution is something that's actually improving the lives of people. How can we deploy that in education? How can we know if a person going to class understood that subject, really is in the right mindset, is able to not just memorize and then repeat, but actually apply that knowledge somewhere useful, right? We teach them how to learn, not what to learn. And then look at other sectors as well and try to deploy it. Government officials working remotely. How can we give you the flexibility to work from anywhere while ensuring that your productivity increases? And that's where technology has the biggest use case, and that's what we're actually looking at this point of time. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So we've now had 2 brilliant expositions of what these 2 countries that are really laboratories for the world are doing. To conclude, my last question for each of you is, and I don't know if the Assistant Secretary General, no, not yet. Okay, she's with us in spirit and we thank you. We've all, by the way, we've all been there, haven't we? And it's painful when you're on that side of a connectivity problem. Anyway, the final question is, and as you've been doing, I don't know if you're reading my notes, but keeps. There she is. There she is. But Your Excellency, you keep giving the ideal segues. This is where we want to conclude by talking about global public goods, which of course are what the SDGs are all about. These are an incredible gift to have these goals because it can help us organize our work. But now the question is, from the perspective of multilateral collaboration and considering AI and big data, what are the opportunities to accelerate collectively and through multilateral collaboration the achievement of these SDGs? And I know that Rwanda is now a member of the Digital Cooperation Organization, but you're doing much more. And I'd like to hear from each of you in conclusion, how can multilateral collaboration of the kind being so remarkably enabled by the UN and the work of Assistant Secretary General Spatalisano, how can it accelerate our achievement of the SDGs?
So you see the same way we're saying, you won't find a one size fits all. I think you can't find an island when it comes to technology and how it's deployed, but also how it benefits, the entire global family. So in terms of multilateral, you did rightly mention the Digital Cooperation Organization, which is one of many other, organizations or platforms that, Rwanda subscribes to because we believe in the power of partnerships. We believe in the power of synergies and finding like-minded countries that have the same ambitions, that have the same desire to leverage emerging technologies for good. Now, on that note, as we think about multilateral partnerships, some key things are very evident. So we did both talk about policies and regulations. In many ways, when you look at the way these technologies are deployed and the impact they have, they're borderless. So you cannot afford to sort of feel, I will build an AI strategy and policy that is unique to Rwanda and anything that, use cases, when you really don't know what the implications of some of the AI applications that you're using in Rwanda will have beyond just Rwanda. Another thing is, as we talk about big data and AI, data governance is central. And we see this, we've all both shared different use cases from healthcare, education, agriculture, oil and gas. At the end of the day, when you pick something specific, like in healthcare, there are sensitivities around personal data, patient data. And so if you're thinking about data governance, you're already thinking about privacy and data protection. What does that mean? We've had instances where at the beginning, as I told you about our 21-year journey, some of the policies that we had where we mandated that all data is stored and processed in Rwanda. But as we start to embrace these different technologies, then you start to think about financial institutions like banks that are regional in nature or global in nature. If they have to store every country's data within the jurisdiction, then we'll never benefit from the power of having large data sets and being able to mine them, analyze them, and provide better solutions and services to citizens. And the same with healthcare. We talk about precision medicine, we talk about AI, you're going to collect data, but you need to, when you collect the data, how are you using it? Whether it's for drug development, but if you're going to only localize it to your particular jurisdiction, then there's just so much that we're missing out on. So it's always important as we think about these multilateral platforms to really, for things like data governance, data protection and privacy, to be at the heart of the conversations that we have. Because again, back to the point of startups, imagine a startup that is going to be in UAE and then come to Rwanda, then go to Ghana and go somewhere else, and they have to deal with different rules. Scalability will never happen. So the more as policymakers and regulators we harmonize some of these, whether it's data protection regulations or legislations that we have in place, then the better we provide scale for some of the startups that we are grooming in our different economies. And so the other thing, and which is also something that we're focused on as Rwanda, is as we think about the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, cross-border data flows are going to be central. So how do we unlock that? How do we start to think about whether it's policies and regulation systems that are going to enable that to happen and then unlock trading across borders, through this CFTA framework that we have. So these are some of the things that we see in the value of partnerships and some of the platforms that we have, but also having like-minded people that you can sit together and figure out what are some of these risks that are not just unique to Rwanda, that are not unique to UAE, but need collective brain to think through how we address and respond to them and benefit from these technologies.
I cannot thank you enough for that. Absolutely brilliant. Your Excellency, dear sir, you have the final word. How do you see what is necessary to accelerate global collaboration in this domain of data, big data and AI, to really, as I said at the outset, to really help us accelerate our progress against the challenges that we face?
Thank you very much. And again, I echo Her Excellency's points, wonderful points being made. And the first thing I'd like to say is if we take climate change as an example, it's one of the things that the SDGs tries to address, whether it's directly or indirectly. No matter how much a single country does, it means absolutely nothing in the greater scheme of things. We all need to work together. And with that mindset, we need to look at many of the challenges that face the world today. Development means nothing if it means underdevelopment in other places. And the world we're living in today is so interconnected, not just digitally, even physically. And that can be seen from many examples. If you pollute in one country, there is a chance that other countries are going to get harmed in the physical world, not in the digital world. If you look at the civil unrest in certain geographies, refugees in certain geographies, they will cross borders. And even if you think that you are isolated, at one point in time, you're going to get affected. So we need to start acting like a world that is a collective of nations, a collective of humans, working towards a collective goal, rather than operating as singular countries and singular individuals working for singular goals. That's the first thing that I think we need to definitely do, because the world needs more people that embrace positive change and actually work together for the collective good. The second thing is sharing data is crucial and fundamental on every aspect. Sharing data on what is currently happening, not just from a climate perspective, but for example, from a development perspective. There are a lot of lessons that we can learn from each other. There's a lot of insight that we can gain even from looking at each other's data. And I think that is something that's also critical for countries to consider moving forward. And then finally, there is a need for us to share best practices and also to help uplift and alleviate certain burdens that exist in other geographies. Rwanda is doing a lot for Africa. The UAE is doing a lot for the Middle East. But the world needs a lot more of this cross-fertilization of knowledge, this cross-fertilization of talent, and this cross-fertilization even of softwares and systems that we're using. Because the world today is in dire need of collective action to combat critical challenges that are coming up. And we're hearing what the scientists are saying on climate change. We're hearing what is being said, even on something like COVID. COVID, there's one saying that everyone says, it's no one's safe until everyone's safe. It's the same with climate change. No one is safe until climate is actually solved for everyone. And that is the mentality that I urge everyone to look at this challenge with.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Well, that concludes the discussion portion, but of course now we're ready for your questions. And just as I open it up to you for questions, and I hope you'll take this opportunity to ask these three remarkable people your questions. I have just one follow-on what you both just said. I have the privilege, sometimes it's interesting, this consulting lens on life, to lead Carney's International Affairs platform. International affairs now, diplomacy is centering on these issues almost more than anything else. Cross-border data flows, cybersecurity, how they can be managed among countries, how that kind of, as you said, data assets that can be pooled to maximize the productivity of solutions. This is now becoming the central domain of diplomacy in so many ways. So thank you so much for your comments, and please, I'd like to open it up for your questions.
Yes, thank you for a very interesting discussion. I'm Raidan Al-Saqaf. I'm the UN economist based in Abu Dhabi. You mentioned, Your Excellency, about international cooperation and nobody's safe until everybody's safe. But there is a significant gap in physical infrastructure around the world to enable a lot of this technology in order to be accessible for populations around the world. So that's my question to you. How do you see addressing that physical infrastructure challenge in the face of international cooperation?
I think it's a matter of time. Unfortunately, people think that if governments don't address these issues, then these issues are not going to be addressed. But the private sector is quite active, and the private sector does a lot to solve certain challenges. So Zipline, for example, what Her Excellency mentioned, is a great example of a lack of infrastructure for many reasons. It's not someone's issue, or there's no one to blame. But the private sector actually came and helped the country leapfrog. It's the same right now with connectivity infrastructure. A lot of people are talking about connectivity. There are certain villages in Europe, and Europe is considered one of the most advanced regions of the world, that don't have sufficient connectivity for online education. But we're seeing what's happening with Starlink and the SpaceX company that is beaming internet from space. There are ingenious efforts that the private sector is taking. Now, what matters for us is for us to work together to ensure that certain gaps can be addressed by the private sector. But if they are addressed by the private sector, they are not addressed at a certain price point that makes it inaccessible for those who are least able to afford it. And then when need be, the government actually intervenes and tries to create that infrastructure itself. That's my humble opinion on this matter. And I really do think that many of these challenges are going to be addressed over the next 5 to 10 years because of technology and because of the private sector's ingenuity.
So maybe
Your Excellency, please,
on that,
please do. I just want to say I've been given the signal for us to close. So no, but you answer, please. You'll have the final word, please.
Sure. Thank you. So to respond to that question, yes, many of these international cooperation platforms do address, the issue of infrastructure gaps that we have. And I'll just mention a few. Very recently, the Edison Alliance that was created brings together not just governments, but also private sector, the financing community, to really think about how do you drive digital adoption in many parts of the world. And obviously, what is at the heart of those conversations is what are the current challenges today that make it difficult to see the same levels of digital adoption. The first one, obviously, the lack of infrastructure, affordability being another one, and digital skills. So in the way some of these programs are designed, it's really to come together and put together resources that are going to support one, closing the infrastructure gap that we're seeing. I think if you've been reading many of the ITU reports, you'll see that more than half of the world's population, and the majority of that is even in the developing world, does not have access to some of this infrastructure. And access is one thing, because there are countries where you'll find access, but usage is still very low. So that is where issues around affordability and skills come into play. Now, the other one, just speaking from the African continent perspective, is we have the Smart Africa Alliance that is brought together to drive the Africa's digital agenda. The thematic areas that we're driving around digital infrastructure, from one area networks and being able to make sure that every country has the right connectivity infrastructure, but also the interconnection of that across the region. So definitely for the different platforms that exist, especially multilateral platforms, we are seeing a lot of a convergence, not just having government to government conversations where it's just focused on policies and regulations and an enabling environment, but rather you also have the private sector weighing in, you have the development partners coming in to then see how do we de-risk some of these investments that need to be made to close the infrastructure gaps that we see.
Your Excellencies, I cannot thank you enough. Absolutely brilliant. Please join me in giving a warm hand to our dear panelists.
سؤال انا يا معالي شمي بس الايفنت يطلع اي جهه ولا كل الجهات مع بعض؟ ولا برايم مينسترز اوفيس؟
شوف يعني والله مو اقدر اقول لك شيء لانه يمكن في كم من جهه، فاحسن تسال بقول لك.
لا هو علشان يعني الجهه الرئيسيه يمكن برايم مينسترز اوفيس يمكن.
لا
اوكي على التنافسيه.
ناحيه التنافسيه والاحصاء.
اوكي.
بس احسن
بسال عزه.
Thank you, Mr. Lohmeyer and the panelists for the engaging session. In December 2021, about 70 teams from around the world participated in an international hackathon arranged by the United Nations and in collaboration with the UAE Federal Youth Authority to accelerate the use of big data for the SDGs. We are pleased to announce the winners of the hackathon today. Let's take a moment to watch a short video on the experience. I'm delighted to welcome a very special guest, Her Excellency Shamma bint Suhail Al-Mazrou'i, UAE Minister of State for Youth, to award the UN Youth Hackathon winners. Your Excellency, please come to the stage. And now, the first award is for the first place overall winning team, which goes to Sustainability from France. we have Mr. John Philippe Quadieu, Marine Jovan, Umayma Bukamel. Congratulations to our winners. Thank you. Third. Our next award is the second place, which goes to Data Rock Stars from Brazil. The winners are Diogenes Cipriano Lopez, Joao Victor Pacheco Diaz, Lydia Tomoko Sakawachi, Nicholas Sattler do Araújo. Okay, I think they're not here with us today, but the award goes to them virtually. Our third place award goes to On Amor from Mexico. The winners are Barajas Cervantes Alfonso, Cerritos Lira Carlos, Cota Martinez Guillermo Oswaldo, Padilla Robles Artimo Santiago, Ruiz Puga Ingrid Pamela. They were not able to join us today again. Our next award is for the most promising team, which goes to UAE Dragonfly. The winners are Karen Rangwani, Abil Kuryan, Fatima Mudak. Congratulations. Thank you. The next award is for the key contributor, which goes to Digitech from Mexico. From Morocco, I'm sorry. We have Ordini Osama Twansi Khaled. Thank you. Our next award is for the best visualization, which goes to Morocco DataX. The winners are Aya El Yusufi, Yassi El Muttaqi, Asma Buhadwi, Muhammad Yusuf Al Asri. Congratulations. Next, we have All Student Team Award, which goes to On Amor from Mexico. Once again, congratulations to the same winners. Next, the Teen Award goes to Monjai Equity from Thailand. We have Robon, Jaruskanok, Puramas, Nara, and Singawachich. Congratulations. And finally, the Best Presentation Award goes to Stat from China. The winners are Dongzhu Liang, Yunaron Gu, Hongwu Ding, Jiagi Zhang. Congratulations. Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations to all winners. Next, we are pleased to join us today and in the next session, which we have like a TED-style talk, Dr. Jack Fitzsimmons, Head of Technology at Oblivious, and Mr. Andrew Trask, Leader, Open Mind Organization, who will be joining us remotely for the launch of the United Nations Pet Lab project. Mr. Jack Fitzsimmons, you're here, please come to the stage.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Andrew Trask, and welcome to this presentation on the United Nations Privacy Enhancing Technology Lab. In the next few minutes, we're going to be talking about this new program, which was recently launched by the United Nations Privacy Technology Task Team, and its mission to lower the barrier to entry to privacy enhancing technologies within the statistical community. And really, the conversation around the Privacy Enhancing Technology Lab starts with the key premise. And that key premise is that our ability to answer important questions is limited because we cannot access existing data, meaning that there are important challenges that are mission critical to the statistical community, but those challenges are limited in our ability to solve them because we cannot access data within the economy, even though we know that it exists. And so over the next few minutes, we're going to be asking a really, really important question, which is it possible to answer questions using data we cannot see? Because if the answer to this question is yes, then it means that there is a sort of fundamental shift in the effectiveness that the statistical community can have within society based on their ability to sort of steward the ability for important questions to be answered using society's information. And this brings us to the goal of the United Nations Pet Lab, which is to explore this opportunity by lowering the barrier to entry to adopting pets by running sort of the lowest risk pet pilots possible. And I'm going to first talk about sort of the driving forces behind privacy and technology, for those of you who might not be familiar with them. And then my colleague Jack is going to talk a little bit more about the Pet Lab specifically and how it is operating to meet this goal. So let's walk through our first few use cases just to get started. And the first use case I want to talk about is what we call the global trade use case. And this is one of the use cases we've been exploring in the Privacy and Technology Lab. So let's talk about imports and exports. So within Canada and the United States, each record and write down the amount of goods that they believe are moving across their border. So Canada has some record of the amount of pulp and paper and books that are moving into the United States, and the United States has a record of how much pulp and paper and books it thinks that it's importing from Canada. And usually those records match, as we can see here from a record from February 2021. But sometimes the records don't match. So for example, in February 2021, we see that Canada recorded almost $4 million worth of straw being exported to the United States. But the United States only recorded $200,000 worth of straw coming in from Canada. Now, this could be a number of reasons causing this data discrepancy, and everything from different categories for what straw actually is, opportunity for certainly various fraudulent activities, or people sort of evading being recorded, perhaps for tax reasons. But the more important thing is that this is difficult to detect unless you have the information both in Canada's server and the information in the United States. And sometimes this pattern goes the other direction, right? Sometimes the amount of goods that Canada thinks they're exporting to the United States is far less than the amount of goods that the United States thinks that it's importing from Canada. And again, we want to return to the key premise, which is our ability to answer important questions is limited because we cannot access existing data. And so in this particular case, the United States can't access most of the world's data about its imports because it's stored in other countries. In this case, Canada has servers that are recording how much they think that they're sending to the United States. But the United States doesn't necessarily have access to those servers, even if they're at a relatively friendly statistical office just across the border. And inversely, Canada can't access data that's inside the United States because that's United States data. But if we had this sort of full picture view, if all this data was in one place, it would be relatively simple to try to work out, where things are being miscategorized or potentially where goods are, slipping off the map in a suspicious way. And so this brings us back to sort of the UN Pet Lab and to our general thesis, that privacy-enhanced technologies can make it possible for us to sort of have our cake and eat it too, in the sense that we can have the ability to answer questions using data that someone else has. So if I'm the United States, I can have the ability to answer questions using data that's in Canada without acquiring a copy. And if I'm Canadian, I can have the ability to answer questions using data in the United States without having a copy. Right, or rather obtaining a copy in the process. And this can allow us to have greater insights into use cases like this trade use case. And in this particular case, it's important because national trade is important for calculating tariffs and taxes and sanctions and foreign policy and economic surveillance and prosperity and economic growth and all sorts of really important things. But because the world's national trade statistics can't put all their data into one place, we don't get that holistic view. We don't get the benefits that being able to really know where things are moving could bring for us. But because pets make it possible to answer questions using data you cannot see, that we think that we can solve this. Now, second use case I want to talk about is money laundering. And it's going to be the exact same template, the same fundamental idea as we saw in the global trade use case. So you may or may not be aware that about $1.6 trillion in criminal proceeds is laundered annually around the world, meaning that it's proceeds from illegal activity that somehow makes its way into legitimate banks and can be used to buy things. And really this game is all about just moving things around. So if some illegal activity happens in one country, you bounce this money around from bank to bank to bank to bank to bank to bank to bank until then when you deposit it into your sort of main purchasing account, because it jumped through so many different hoops, nobody has the ability to know whether these dollars originally came from illegal activities. So for example, Citibank can't access most of the world's information about where its money comes from because that's stored in the ledgers of other banks, right? And so when we ask this question, why can't we track money laundering together? Why can't we all want to be able to reduce the amount of financing that's funding illegal and in many cases harmful activity, but why can't we do this? It's the same problem that was limiting our ability to understand global trade. It's that the world's banks can't put all their ledger data into one place. But again, let's return back to our thesis. Privacy-enhancing technologies make it possible to answer questions using data that you cannot see, using data that someone else maintains the only copy of. And so why can't we track money laundering together? Well, this question has already been explored by several institutions around the world, so in the United States, as well as here at the Financial Conduct Authority in Great Britain. And the opportunity is to be able to use privacy-enhanced technologies to simply answer the question, where did this money come from, without having to have access to the underlying ledgers of all the different banks that it might have moved through. And we can continue with a lot more use cases like this. This template of there's data that exists that could be used to solve a really important problem, but we just don't have access to it, right? This is the template of a huge number of problems, and this is the template of problems, the profile of problems that privacy-enhanced technologies are extremely well suited to solve, right? If creating one massive database of all the world's data on one topic would clearly allow you to answer a specific question that you just can't answer right now, then privacy-enhanced technologies allow you to get the same outcome without actually putting the data in one place. Right? Each individual institution stands up a server, puts their data in that server, and it stays there, right? Despite the fact they can participate with everyone else with generating an important insight. So, what can privacy-enhanced technologies do? They're going to bring all the world's information to bear on our most important problems without centralizing data. And the outcomes speak for themselves, right? They're some of the most important problems that we as a society already face. It's about answering questions using data you cannot see. And thank you very much. In the next section, my colleague Jack is going to be talking about how the United Nations Privacy-Enhancing Technology Lab is lowering the barrier to these types of technologies within the statistical community.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes. Okay, great. So as Andrew said, answering all the big questions. Unfortunately, typically you don't have access to the information you need to answer those questions. It's a bit of a catch-22, I guess. Unfortunately, that data tends to be important. It's sensitive data, right? That's why it's being used to solve big problems. It's financial data, healthcare data, data about you. So we all actually have a fundamental human right of privacy. And of course, that's at the heart of the UN and to obviously the global working groups. Match that with the set of organizations who both have a legal obligation to protect citizens' data, but also the MO who provide data-driven policy decisions and insights for leaders of countries. And these are, of course, the national statistics organizations around the world. So this forum is the perfect forum to drive forward the future of privacy-enhancing technologies. It started in April of 2018 when the United Nations Privacy Preserving Technologies Task Team kind of came from inception. Quickly after that, the Handbook of Privacy-Enhancing Technologies, which is almost like a textbook of where to look for different types of technologies, came out, the first edition. Second edition is coming very soon, by the way, so you can keep an eye out for that. And at the break of the pandemic, both COVID sub-teams and legal teams spun up, bringing together experts from academia, industry, and of course the NSOs to try to talk through and work out any best practices that can be disseminated throughout the communities. Throughout this time, of course, there's been participation in numerous conferences around the world, and most recently, just last year, in partnership with Open Mind, Andrew is the leader of, training courses were provided and still are provided online, which have served thousands of people, digital learners around the world, and are growing every day and every month. However, there's still a bit of a challenge here, right? Because you can talk about these things all you want, but in order to really accelerate the adoption and a tendency towards ubiquity of privacy-enhancing technologies, people need to roll up their sleeves and actually work with them, right? There's always a mismatch between what technology providers bring and what people actually need in order to be able to integrate them into their workflows, to work with their IT teams, and to be accepted and adopted. Next slide. We did this by bringing together a community of pioneers. Pioneers from different national statistics organizations who are really at the forefront, who are willing to roll up their sleeves, and they dedicate time, resources, and energy on a weekly basis now towards actually implementing privacy-enhancing technologies of different forms on real problems that are relevant to them. And we take these learnings, we try to bring them back to the community so they can be shared across the world. This idea came up 6 months ago. It was a theory. Someone threw it out in a meeting. We weren't really sure if there was going to be adoption. Were people going to buy into this program and get on board and lead it? And it has been amazing to see. And it's a huge shout out to Ronald Jansen, who's really been from the UN side, who's really been leading it. Also Matthias Jog at CBS in the Netherlands for identifying great pioneers and bringing them together and getting the buy-in of everyone to work together. Currently, there's been participation from CBS in the Netherlands, StatCan in Canada, the US Census Bureau, ONS in the UK, as well as ISTAT, the Statistical Institution of Italy also. And this is only the beginning. So it's not a selective group just in Europe and North America. These were the first people who came together at the beginning of this journey, which hopefully many more countries can join in, and also technology providers. So what do we actually do? It's probably an important question. We focus on real problems like data sharing. Cross-border trade information was a perfect example there. So how do we look at these kind of holistic problems and then break them down? We always work with safe data in a safe environment. So there's no point of taking, technologies that are in some degree in an embryonic state and just throwing them at massive problems on day one. You have to first work through the problems in safe, typically isolated environments on data that maybe is already public or is definitely declassified, so that we can work with different stakeholders, get the buy-in, and know how to bring this to, kind of full scale. We're technology agnostic. So there's a range of different kind of technology providers on board, and obviously they have different opinions of what's best for what problem, but because we're inherently collaborative, there's not really a competition. Often we look at the same problem using different technologies and saying, well, what opportunities do these different technologies offer, which is best suited for purpose? And we're very much use case driven. So the participants in the PET lab can suggest what the problems they're most interested in, identify the data, and we work with that. Finally, it's at a weekly basis. So very quick turnaround times. There'll be a problem one Friday. By the next Friday, we'll have ironed it out, and we keep iterating. And finally, the learnings that we make, we're feeding back to the community, the wider community. So I really hope many people here today can join us on Thursday for workshops where we'll actually hands-on deploy some privacy-enhancing technologies, which you can even do from your laptops or when you go back to your relevant institutions. Finally, and I wanted to emphasize this is not a purely theoretical exercise. We are really deploying privacy-enhancing technologies. We've already got a great initial use case where we've applied 2 separate technology stacks essentially to solve a similar problem. We're cross-comparing them. We're seeing what works and doesn't work, and we're going to continue this through to the following year. So hopefully, the next time when you come across a problem and you say, oh, I'd love to solve this, but unfortunately, there's no way we're going to get access to this data or get this collaboration going. I'd like you to just ask yourself, perhaps privacy-enhancing technologies can actually be helpful in this scenario, and perhaps joining the UN PET Lab is a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you. This was an interesting session. Just a reminder to invite all participants who are going to participate actually at day 1 tomorrow at Emirates Towers to do their PCRs. Our team in the back of the room will assist you, will guide you through the room. This brings us actually to the lunch break, and we will reconvene back at 1:30 p.m. Sharp. So please be back on time. Thank you so much.
Hi dear. Hi Stephen, how are you? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Stephen. Marwa. Hi, Stephen.
Good morning.
Marwa, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, dear. Stephen, do you know where you can put the virtual image?
I can't hear what you're saying, Marwa.
Can you put virtual background, please?
Okay, how do I do that?
Yeah, you will get like option to run the background. Everyone will do for himself. يعني there is, from video setting, Steve, come to the camera.
Choose virtual background, yeah.
Yeah, virtual background. Choose they send you a virtual background. Please try to use it.
Live right now. Yes.
It will be like this. Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Stephen. This is Marwa. Stephen, I sent you on the WhatsApp a snapshot of how to change the image and virtual background.
I'm just trying to find the image.
I sent it on WhatsApp. Shall I send it to you on the email easier?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Oh, perfect. I'll send it to you now. Bye.
Okay, thanks. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it now. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. بلد كان
UN Statistics Division, and joined by the panelists, His Excellency Mohammed Zaraouni, Mr. Stephen Ramage, Mr. Haider Freyhat, and Mr. Tariq Hijazi.
I'll also take my mask off just for speaking, otherwise it sounds bad. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We had two very interesting sessions this morning, very good speakers, very interesting topics, and we have to follow up with this, of course, and see how this also affects our work on statistics and the partners that we are going to use, or with whom we are going to work in statistics. The establishment of the Sustainable Development Goals a number of years ago has, of course, also started a new era in developing statistics, collecting data, and increased the challenges that statistical officers already face in terms of the number of indicators that have to be produced, the detail of indicators that have to be produced, and of course, also new demands on the timeliness of indicators. So we're now looking at the start of using more and more big data to actually tackle some of these challenges, to make more data available faster, in higher quality, and also in a more efficient way that allows more countries to actually produce these type of statistics. We have heard this morning, of course, that many of these issues that we are facing that are embedded now in the Sustainable Development Goals are not national issues, but really worldwide issues. So all countries actually have to try to solve them because everybody will benefit only if everybody actually works on it. So this, of course, has always led to more discussions, more attempts of how to organize our work together. The Statistical Commission, which is the apex entity in the international statistical system, has given a mandate to this UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics to lead and coordinate the work now on producing official statistics using big data components. This is something that we're now working on under this umbrella of the Committee of Experts. And we're also looking at new ways of engaging other partners in this work. If you look at statistics, it has always been a little bit of a competition between the public and the private sector. And now we're looking more at ways of really coordinating our work, working together, because these are common goals that we have, and it requires a common effort to really solve them. So we're going to have a very good panel here looking at the representatives of the public and private sector to see how we can attack these issues, what we've done so far, and what we see as future work. We are going to have a panel of 4 speakers. 3 of them are here in person. The 4th one is going to connect virtually. The first speaker is going to be Mr. Mohammed Zaraouni. He's the Deputy Director General of Digital Government at the Telecommunications and Digital Government Regulatory Authority of the UAE. And at the TDRA, he handled several key responsibilities, which include developing national level plans and strategies, ensuring their alignment with the national goals and their compliance with local laws, and promoting the ICT sector. And his strategic roles involve assisting the development and implementation of the information and e-government strategy in alignment with the TDRA and the national objectives under the Vision 2021, and contributing to the TDRA's mission and the strategy to ensure the delivery of short, medium, and long-term objectives, operational plans, and key performance indicators. Our second guest is Mr. Haider Freyhat. He has joined ESQA, the Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, in 2011 as the director of the Information and Communications Technology Division. He was then assigned as director of the Technology for Development Division in 2014, a senior advisor to the executive secretary of ESQA on technology and innovation in 2019. And he is currently the leader of the Statistics Information Society and Technology Cluster. Before joining ESQA, Mr. Freyhat held several leadership and governmental positions in Jordan, including as the Director General of the Jordanian Department of Statistics and Director General of the National Information Technology Center. He began his career as a professor and lecturer at various universities worldwide. We also have Mr. Tariq Hijazi. He leads the Microsoft public sector business in the United Arab Emirates. And within his responsibility, he looks after the strategic, government, and education sector businesses, supporting their digital transformation and adoption of technology. Before this, he was leading the Microsoft Enterprise Services division for Microsoft based in the United Arab Emirates, providing customers and partners with both consulting services as well as professional support services to support them in their digital transformation and business evolution using modern technology as an enabler. And we have a fourth panelist who will join us virtually, Mr. Stephen Ramaj. He is the Chief Engagement Officer at the Group on Earth Observations, GEO, Secretariat in Geneva, Switzerland. He leads two teams at GEO, namely on science policy engagement and the communications team. His role involves focusing on the interfaces between science, technology, policy, and decisions in support of more than 100 UN member states. And he's on the governing boards of Digital Earth Africa and Digital Earth Pacific, an advisor to Digital Earth Americas, and a member of the UK Space Agency Earth Observations Advisory Committee. So we have four speakers with really long and distinguished careers in the area of using data, using big data, producing statistics. And it's going to be interesting to hear their views on how we can foster the cooperation between the public and the private sector. So we're going to go through a round of two questions, one more on the current situation, and afterwards looking more at what our future plans and what we see as potential ways to move forward. So I'll start with our first speaker here to my left, Mr. Al-Zaruni. The United Arab Emirates has been leading e-transformation since launching its first e-government and first e-dirham in 2001. To what extent is the UAE's digital government of today similar to the e-government program of that time?
Thank you, Ralph. Assalamu alaikum. It's always a pleasure to be here with the distinguished guests, my esteemed colleagues here. And yes, it is 20 years. And we're talking about the scenarios 20 years back and now. I could say that there are so many things that changed, rapid change of the technologies, rapid change in the way how we think about services and government services per se. However, there are some similarities which still valid even for today. I could summarize them into four main points. First of all, strong leadership. The strong leadership and the top leadership of United Arab Emirates, who believed in the digital transformation in year 2000 or 2001 when the first e-government was announced by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed. It is the same that what we are living now. All the progress that has been done throughout 20 years is actually backed by the strong leadership. So this is one of the similar points that we're still enjoying in the UAE. Second thing, I believe that putting the people at the center of what we're doing, so people is the focus, is something that is also common. So all government agencies, the private sectors in the UAE, they are working hard to ensure whatever services, whatever offering to the end users are actually going towards increasing the happiness and the satisfaction with the end user in the United Arab Emirates. So I remember here that early days in 2001, when the vision was to enhance the life of people of the UAE when availing government services, it has evolved even now. When it comes to 2013, when His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, he announced the smart government, where he was saying that I want the government to be acting like hotels in hospitality, 24 hours like airports, and government approach the customer, then the customers approach the customer, so being proactive to the customers. So the vision is the same, but the means are different because we are coping with the latest technologies. The third point is innovation. Innovation was there in 2001, and innovation continued to evolve and to cope with the latest technologies and what latest trend in the world. So innovation is the heart of the progression that's happening in the UAE. And the fourth thing, which I believe it's also common throughout these 20 years, is the ecosystem. What I mean by ecosystem is that when we started in 1995, when the internet was introduced to the UAE was one of the first countries in the region, at least, to introduce the internet on a massive scale. And you can build on this stack on all the other initiatives done by the government or the private sectors to make the UAE as a welcoming environment for the entrepreneurs and investors in the digital transformation. We have a Minister of Artificial Intelligence. We have a Minister of Industrial and Advanced Technologies. We have many policies. It's not only about the technology, but many helping and supporting policies to help the nation towards the advancement or the progression of digital transformation. For example, the digital signature policy, the privacy policies, the Ask Once policies. There's so many things that's happening. And in addition to this one, of course, the infrastructure. The UAE is one of the highest country in the world when it comes to the internet speed. We're actually ranked the first when it comes to the download speed, according to Ookla statistics, around 140 megabit per second is the average speed on the household. So all of these points, I believe they exist there, but it evolved and still continuing to help and support the government and the nations towards the digital transformation journey.
Thank you. It's a very, very interesting statements about the development that has taken place here in the UAE. My next question is to Mr. Haidar Freyhat, the Director of Statistics, Information Society and Technology Cluster at ESQA. As the Director of this cluster in ESQA, what are some of the key innovative solutions that countries in your region are working on and have been working on to advance implementation of the SDGs?
Thank you very much. I am very happy and honored to be in this panel, and I hope my intervention will be of value. To answer your question, try to do it directly. Before that, I need to say that the example of UAE is very progressive. We are at ESQA responsible for 22 Arab countries. About 1/3 of them are either in war or just coming out of war or maybe getting into a war. SDGs, technology, big data, and even statistics is becoming not a high priority for some of these countries. Therefore, an organization such as the United Nations, ESQA, which is the United Nations Regional Organization, we have a huge challenge in order to minimize this gap or bridge this gap for these countries, whether we're talking about big data, SDGs, or even statistics. And we are very lucky and fortunate to have a country such as UAE in the region, which can play this modelistic role, and countries can learn from through capacity buildings and so on. And the Big Data Hub, which is launched today, the Regional Big Data Hub, I think it is a very promising initiative by UAE for the region that we can work together and utilize in order to advance. Now, to come directly to your question, I think we can classify the Arab countries into two when it comes to gauging for SDGs. We have the ones who are progressive, ambitious, proactive. They are willing to chip in resources, whether it's financial or human resources. They are willing to exchange experiences. And we have countries who are rather being, let's say, pushed by the international organizations in order to, gauge for their measurements for the SDGs and the other kinds of international indicators and parameters. So this is the challenge that we're having. We are ambitious and hopeful that technology would help us in bridging this or meeting this challenge with these countries. We at ESCO now are endeavoring into data and big data and statistical initiative at ESCO. We are bringing huge computational capacity with best practices, with top-notch best practice in data management and statistical management. We are hoping that by mid this year, or maybe around July, August, I'm not sure, we'll be able to launch this capacity for the benefit of the Arab countries. Now, for the last part of your question regarding what are the countries doing and what things they're doing, I think we are having some initiatives related to SDGs and statistics that are out of the box. Aside from the UAE example, let's go to some of the other examples. We have some examples in Earth observations where we can try to gauge for statistical data coming from surveillance and from aerial photography and from the other new big data sources to basically get to know what's happening related to the geography, the climate change, and so on, and make decisions according to that. So we have a couple of initiatives in this regard. When it comes to another example is a trade flow, an Arab trade flow system that we are endeavoring on right now, which relies not only on classical trade data coming from the classical sources, but from big data sources. So for better decision making at the national level, as well as at the regional trade collaboration and cooperation in the Arab countries. Let me end by saying that we, let me just bring you, brought 20 years ago, I'll bring like 12 years ago, I visited Japan and I was in one university called Hitotsubashi. I was in a professor's office. I was pulling some books from the shelf, and an Arabic written book attracted my attention. And it was the statistical yearbook of Egypt for the year 1904. This is like basically at the time of the Ottoman Empire, or I don't know what. And I was reading in that book, looking at the amazing career titles and so on and so forth. Now I can claim as ex-director of an NSO in the Arab countries, I can claim that many of the statistical routines in 1904 is still being used right now in some of the Arab countries. And I think instead of looking at that in a bad way and cursing that, we can look at a huge opportunity in big data, in new methods, new techniques, new procedures to reform statistical procedures. And many of us in project management, we talked about business process engineering. Why don't we talk about statistical process engineering? I think it's highly needed. It's time to do that. It's time to look at surveys, classical surveys, as only one tool and one method in statistics. It's time to tap on this huge resource of big data that is not only coming from corporate, as we will hear from Microsoft and others, but it's coming even from the individuals. I predict that within the next 10 years, individuals in countries will start to contribute to big data streams and big data streaming for the benefit of policymaking and decision making. So I think we have a gloomy picture in some of the Arab countries. It's a huge challenge, but we have a huge opportunity at the same time that we need to tap on. I think working with the big data hub here and working with the new tools and with the new mindset, with new enthusiasm, I think we can bridge the gap and we can make it. Thank you.
Thank you. These are very interesting comments. I think also what you mentioned at the beginning, that some of the countries in the region are now in a very difficult position, I think also puts more emphasis on the capacity that big data may open up for producing statistics, because some of the traditional methods may not work very well in these situations. So hopefully big data can bridge this gap and fill the needs that we have there. And of course, we put a lot of hope on the work in the regional hub to provide assistance technology to the countries in the region. Our next speaker is Mr. Tarek Hijazi from Microsoft UAE. The question for you, the regional hub in the UAE has the objective to support the implementation of the SDGs through big open data, while collaborating with the private sector, international organizations, and governments from around the world. Could you give us some examples of projects of Microsoft using big data and data science, and how those could maybe support the regional hub?
Thank you, Your Excellency and esteemed guests and audience. First of all, thank you for having us here. It's really a privilege to be with you today. From a perspective of a private company like Microsoft, maybe I just want to step back and say, I think achieving the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals is actually a shared responsibility. It's about partnership. We share it, all of us, right? We owe it to our children to ensure that we achieve these goals. So we feel very strongly about this. And the mission and the goals of the SDG map very well to our core company mission. So our company our mission statement is to empower every person, back to your point, Your Excellency, about it sits and revolves around people, but also every organization on the planet to achieve more. Technology really has the power to change the world. We've seen this many times over and over. Of course, it has that power when it's used and deployed with responsibility, with security, and with inclusivity, right? So now that we see that there's close alignment between some of the SDG goals and our core mission statement, we identified at Microsoft 4 of the SDGs as ones that map very well to those. Again, we did that after assessing the 3 key pillars that we look at when we contribute and collaborate on those fronts. And those 3 pillars are, again, empowering people, strengthening societies, but also protecting our planet for the future. So those 4 SDGs that we've identified are ones that revolve around climate affairs. Number 2 is decent work and economic growth. We also have a core one around security and justice, right? So these are some of the key SDGs that we've identified here. And the way Microsoft supports those as a private company is we support those through official programs that we put in place to drive by using technology, but also by using expertise, the know-how that we've built over the world, but also the know-how of the ecosystem around some of the organizations that we work with, some of the commercial entities that actually, focus specifically on some of the key technical areas that can make progress in achieving the SDG goals. And finally, we support those initiatives by engaging closely with all the organizations that can impact societal change in the different areas of the SDG goals. We also, as a company, provide a massive technical back office, sort of a whole infrastructure of technical capability at hyperscale that makes deploying the technology and using it to achieve these goals much easier, much quicker, much more cost effective. And I'm proud to say that based on the vision, based on the progress that we've seen in the UAE, based on the thought leadership and the wise leadership in this country, UAE was one of the countries where Microsoft it was the first to invest in hyperscale infrastructure. Again, that will help us facilitate all of this power, but also protecting the key essentials of using this data sovereignty and all of the things that we need to think about it to ensure this technology is used in a trusted, secure manner. I'll refer back to the question on some of the key examples. So COVID, for instance, and our work with the WHO around creating machine learning infused data models that help us in the pandemic management response, overall, predictive, all sorts of different capabilities that the data is allowing us to model forward-looking, and not only related to COVID, but also for any potential future outbreaks of other diseases that we might not foresee today. In Africa, for instance, we've leveraged the wealth of data to create a cartography and a mapping of the poverty zones in Africa, and also with predictive power to predict how they will devolve if not addressed. And that helps the authorities really focus on their key priorities and where they put their key resources to address some of those poverty challenges. We have a massive genome effort with the healthcare industry to help, again, advance on the clinical and the health related things. Other areas that might not come immediately to mind are areas like cybersecurity. Microsoft, being one of the largest technical companies in the world, is arguably one of the most attacked from hackers and things. We use that wealth of data and the power that we have amassed over the years to design predictive models of intrusion, of threat detection, of protection, of counteracting some of the crime using cybersecurity that we see in the networks today. And this is done also and this helps keep our society safer and more secure. So Microsoft is very active on the cybersecurity front on that. That's just one illustration, again, of how data is being used. And I'm, again, very happy and privileged to see a lot of also cooperation in the country. We're working with the Federal Statistics and Competitiveness Center on a number of efforts around how we can help drive with our experience and the data and the technology, some interesting projects going forward together. And lastly, but not leastly, skilling, right? I think technology without the know-how is a weak technology, and I think we would lose the potential of that technology. So there's a lot of effort that we put around how we drive education and how we deliver skilling across the board, both on the technical front, but also on core subjects like data and data models and artificial intelligence. And I hope that I managed to answer a broad question, but in a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, some of these questions are so broad that we could easily spend an hour or two to discuss some of these options. I think, again, it was very interesting also to hear that the interaction with the private sector is not only focused on data, as it appears in many discussions, but there's also infrastructure issues, actual support, technology, knowledge. And we're going to see some of these examples also in the workshops that we're going to have tomorrow and the day after. Our fourth speaker, who is present behind us here the whole time, he looks bigger than we are, Mr. Stephen Ramage. First question to you. The Earth observations, so satellite data or images from drones, have reached a lot of renewed attention over the last few years as a valuable source of information to support the implementation of the SDGs. Can you mention some of the contributions of the geo community in that regard?
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you for the question. I guess, first of all, I should define what we call Earth observations at GEO. GEO is working with about 120 countries, and our definition includes sensors in, on, and around the Earth. So this does mean satellite or drone imagery, as you mentioned, but it could also be groundwater, soil moisture, ocean buoys, or other in situ data or models. And that's quite important to have that background. We've been working with numerous UN member states and UN custodian agencies since 2016 on Earth observations to support the SDGs. So this has been led by our activity known as EO for SDG. And this is one of 65 initiatives in our work program. And so SDGs actually is a focus across everything we do. So whether that's agriculture, biodiversity, climate, disasters, energy, forestry, land, water, urban, all these areas, SDGs is what we call an engagement priority. So EO for SDG has worked with quite a large number of countries, Australia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Sweden, UAE, UK, and numerous others. and really been looking at sort of developing methodologies where Earth observations support national statistics. So, I mean, we are working with UNESCO, we are working with Microsoft, we are working with, you know, with the many of the different governments that are present there. If you want to sort of learn more about the country use cases, you can go to EO for SDG with the number 4.org, and you can read the country use cases there. These link to, and I hope most people know what the numbers mean. I've been doing this for 5 years, so I maybe tend to assume they do, but it's SDGs 2, 6, 9, 11, and 15. So most of the stuff relating to like food security, water, land, sort of land use and urban topics, but also for 13 around climate, 14 around the oceans, and 17 around partnerships. All these areas are relevant for the work that we're doing with the countries. We've also been working closely with several UN bodies, such as the Convention to Combat Desertification, UN-CEBD, on land degradation neutrality, and with UN Habitat on a toolkit for sustainable cities and human settlements. These approaches are providing, I guess, more of a tangible way for stakeholders to engage with Earth observations, data, and information. And I've listened to people talk about, you know, climate and various other things, and we wouldn't know about climate change if it wasn't for Earth observations. And one of the reports we just released at COP26 last year was on greenhouse gas monitoring from space. So there's a lot of information now coming through Earth observations. And a lot of this is based on, I heard someone mention open data. So for us, it's open data, open standards, and open science, all under the banner of open knowledge. So we welcome continued engagement with all UN member states and UN bodies to help us drive forward that open knowledge foundation that should support, to some extent, it could help with the statistical process re-engineering that was mentioned, because we've been doing this for so long that we understand the value of the different areas around the data, the science, and the technology. So I'll stop there, and sorry to speak to the back of your head, gentlemen, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. At least the technology works, so I think this is a good point here. Very interesting contribution. So we see the many applications that already exist. So let's talk now a little bit about what we see as future plans. I'm aware that the clock now says that we have 4 minutes, but since we started 10 minutes late, I think we have a little bit of playroom there still. So let's start again with some questions about more future aspects. So first to Mr. Al-Zaruni. In light of the UAE's experience in transitioning to the era of digital data government, what are the main challenges going forward, and how do you face these challenges? And what is your vision for the future of digital transformation in the UAE in light of the exceptional importance of big data?
Thank you for the question. Just to make it quick and give a chance for my colleague also to answer this question, maybe on a global level, I think the digital divide is one of the top subject on the agenda of globally. So would like also to recognize the slogan by the United Nations in the context of SDG, where no one is left behind. Another aspect of the challenge, I believe it's a local and a global, something to do with the skills and competencies. Whatever skills and competencies, whether it's in data or in designing digital services, need to evolve and cope with the technology. So whatever we have now, or we know now, it might obsolete in a couple of years. So we always need to reskill our self and our capability on different level, whether on executive level, leadership, technical, non-technical business people, to cope with this rapid change in digital transformation in general And this need to be also cascaded in the education sector and in training that offered to the employees and the staff in both private and public sector. Now, what is the future? I believe the future is the strong collaboration between the public and private sectors when it comes to data and digital government in general. What I mean by this is that there's so many services and so many digital journeys used to think in a way that they are silo services. However, most of the services nowadays are a combined public and private sector together. By having such a governed relationship with the private sector, I think the sky is the limit. And in the UAE, we started offering such collaboration in different means. One of them, the open data portal, where entrepreneurs and investors could leverage the data and data sets offered by the government to come up with a nice and innovative idea. The second initiative, which was introduced recently, which is the UAE government API marketplace, where we could leverage APIs offered by the government to add a value to the service offered by the private sector. So you could start a journey from the private sector and you commit to this journey by a service offered by the government service without the need of visiting such a government portal. Just to give an example, to clarify, you could buy a car and in the background, the agency could register your car through API to the traffic department based on your consent. You don't need to visit the government agencies anymore. The governments they'll take the back seat, provide the policy and provide the API for the private sectors to guarantee the best user experience to the end user. And you can build on such ecosystem in many use cases in the future. So this is what I feel is the future, is the strong collaboration between public and private sector.
Thank you. Let me continue with the next question to Haidar Fayad. What opportunities do you see in emerging in increasing capacity in the statistical offices of the Expo region to use big data and data science? And what role could the regional hub in the UAE actually play in this going forward?
Thank you very much. Let me start by the first not so glamorous opportunity, which is COVID. COVID, for many people, it's a curse, it's a bad thing. But for policymakers, I think many of us view it as an opportunity. It is something that expedited the appetite of decision makers and policymakers to expedite their programs, their e-government service programs, their statistical programs. Many of, let's say, the classical data collection methods has to be abandoned because of we cannot collect them anymore because of COVID. Now we have to approach new methods, technology-based, technology-driven methods. We at ESCWA, we highly put some capitalization on the API technology in order to link with the rest of the world and with the statistical production engines in the countries, the national statistical offices. We are preparing by leaps and bounds for that. I think the big data hub, the regional big data hub at UAE, I think will be a great tool and helper in this regard. I am very optimistic that we are going to have a good future with data and data utilization for decision making and policy making, but it's not a simple right. For example, a prerequisite for good big data utilization is 5G, for example. Okay, in some countries 5G isn't there or almost there. In some other countries 5G is a dream, still a dream. Some Arab countries we are still at 2.5G, 3G, 3.5, 4G. So in order for us to advance and really utilize these massive and valuable amounts of data, we need to have good data infrastructure and superstructure as well. And I think some of the Arab countries who are not involved in, let's say, satellite services. They need to engage more in satellite services in order to, for Earth observation and for many other data streaming tools. It's very important. So to sum up, because of the time limitation, I think we are optimistic, but there is something to be done. It's not going to happen by itself. We have to roll our sleeves. We have to assign budgets. We have to convince decision makers. In UAE, you don't have this problem. Already the top management and top leadership are convinced, and they are pushing you to do even more and more. But in many other Arab countries, this is like on the back burner. Someone need to put it to the front burner. We in the UN, especially UN regional here, along with the UN headquarters in New York, we are trying to push in order to keep these important files there and to advance, and at least not to regress. The final thought I want to say that I really believe wholeheartedly that many of our problems in this region is because we don't have the right data and the right statistics. We make wrong decisions. We make wrong policies based on wrong or limited or partial or distorted data and statistical data. I can show examples, but I will not mention examples unless you force me. I will bring examples, but I prefer not to bring examples. But I think data is as important as it's a sovereign thing. It's a sovereign thing for any country. In order to claim that I am a country and I want to move forward, I need to have the best measurement of everything that I have in order to march in the right direction, not on the wrong direction. Bad data, bad statistics might do disasters, unfortunately. So I don't want to end with negative, but I think the future is there. We have a new bounty, which is big data. The UN has streamlined the file, which is the SDGs between now and 2030. Countries are obliged to bring their data and statistics to standard, so that by 2030, country leaders will go to New York, they will sit, they will brag, they will show off, and some of them will fly back to their countries, fire prime ministers, fire ministers, and so on. So, I think our nations deserve the best, and we cannot give them the best unless we have accurate and robust and objective and state-of-the-art data. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question would be for Tariq. What do you see as the future trends in using big data and data science for sustainable development? And how could Microsoft and the statistical community work together on this?
Thank you for the question. So, I mean, on the question of data, if you think about it today, we generate quintillions of data every day. Quintillions is a measure that I couldn't even explain. I mean, I struggle to even try to explain that vast quantity and the sheer amount of data that every day is being produced by our devices, activities, by the systems that we interact with every day. So, and it's very interesting when you think about it, that 90% of all the data that is generated has only been generated in the last 2 years. So, and the trend points to a doubling of that pace every year. So it's quite staggering, the amount of information that's at our fingertips that can actually be used for the goods, can be tailored and leveraged for achieving these sustainability development goals that are at hand today and the future sustainability development goals as we go forward. And I believe that the trends that we see increasing are going to be democratizing data, breaking some of the silos, interoperability of data between different sources. You know, I think there is a lot that will happen and evolve there. The way the technology is used is also going to evolve just by the sheer vastness of this data. The hyperscale capabilities will offer a lot of valuable possibilities here. That definitely is the case. And also we see data as a fundamental part of the sustainability agenda. So when we look at and every organization we talk to today has sustainability on their mind, right? Not a lot know yet what to do with it, but it all starts with data, with how you measure, what you want to reuse, what you want to let go of. So having that data structure in place It needs to be vast because it needs to deal with the ecosystem of organizations, not only inward looking at the organization itself. So I think with that, there's going to be quite a lot to be done. We're investing now in the cloud for sustainability. We launched 2 products there. So I think that's going to be interesting to see how that evolves. So definitely democratization of this data, breaking the silos and interoperability, as well as a lot of focus on sustainability, I think is going to be a focus area coming forward.
Thank you. The last question would be for Stephen. So GEO has members all over the world. What do you see as the best opportunities for GEO to collaborate with the statistical community in coming years? I'm looking back because your face is here, so I'm acting like this.
Yeah, thanks again for the question. I just say I've been working on interoperability since 2005. So I hate to say it's not coming, it's there, it's been there for a long time. Anyway, I think bringing the work on Earth observations to national statistical organizations through the UN Statistics Division will be increasingly more important. It would be really good to bring the working group on big data for official statistics, notably the task team on satellite imagery and geospatial data. It'd be good to bring that big data for official statistics more together with big Earth data. And actually, I mean, it's a completely different part of Microsoft, I'm guessing, but we've issued calls with Microsoft for the planetary computer a couple of months ago, and we get a huge response to this. And we've been working with AWS in the region for 3 years. We've been working with Google Earth Engine with 32 projects. So we have about 70 projects running already. And a number, and this is why I said UNESCO is already working on one of these projects, I think in Egypt on climate and disaster risk. So I think people don't know all of these things that are going on. So that's one thing. I mean, the Federal Competitiveness and Statistical Centre of the UAE have been supporting an urban toolkit that I mentioned earlier. Some other of our partners, including ESRI, GPSDD, and NatureServe, have started to develop a national indicator reporting toolkit. And these all lend themselves very well to the types of collaboration that's being talked about. There was talk about data sovereignty. We had 1,500 Indigenous people together to talk about Indigenous data sovereignty. So there are many other topics that we need to move forward on. You know, we've been contributing to the SDG geospatial roadmap, hopefully for adoption at the UN Statistical Commission this March. So two real areas, I guess, for engagement are we want to take indicators for Earth observations and statistics are officially part of UN adopted methods and scale them to different member states or stakeholders on a regional or global scale. So this could mean continued working with UNESCO, with UN-CEBD, AfriGeo, AmeriGeo, and others in global regions. And then the second thing, which is also practical, is we're organizing an SDG workshop in Q4 of this year, where all of the topics I've just mentioned will be included. So everyone's welcome to join us at that. But obviously the planning starting now, and it would link to things like the different COPs that are also going to happen as we try to push forward on action associated with these different policy drivers. Thank you.
The clock again says 0, so I guess this time we cannot add 10 more minutes. I don't want to try to summarize everything because that's almost impossible, but we have heard quite a number of very good examples of what is already happening, what we can do to move forward. And I think the common theme is really, since we are looking at common problems, we have to find common solutions, which also means to develop common data. And it really means we have to work together. And I think we have heard very good examples of the cooperation between the public and the private sector. I think that's something that we need to increase in the future. We see the advantages, the contributions that both sides can make. There's expertise in both groups. And the only way to move forward is really to combine this expertise and to move forward. We can see this now, of course, with the SDGs. So we have exact indicators that we have to measure. We know where we still have problems measuring those indicators, but we need them because we have to formulate policies to reach these goals. To formulate the policies, we need to have data. We need to know where are we right now, where do we want to go, how do we move forward? Can we actually measure that we're moving in the right direction or not? And there are also other aspects coming in that were mentioned this morning. It's not enough to work for half a year and only after half a year you find out whether you moved in the right direction or not. And big data, I think, in many cases offers additional tools where we can have better data, more timely data that can actually measure the journey that we do towards achieving the goals in a better way that allows us to basically validate the policies that we have in place. But of course, we also have to be aware of the fact that the amount of data is growing, but also that data actually will change. It's changing right now, it will change in the future. So all these methods have to be adopted so that we actually can keep up with the new data that is available and the new demands that will come. And the only way to actually do it is really to have a joint partnership between all those that will be affected in the end by all the data. Good, so I think now we really have to respect the zero. I would like to thank all our 4 panelists for the very good, very interesting contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists. Due to time, we will not be able to take any questions, so we'll move on to our next panel of discussion. Thank you. Our next panel discussion is on data innovation in the MENA region. Please welcome His Excellency Mohammed Hassan, Executive Director of the National Statistics and Data Sector at the Federal Competitiveness and Statistics Center of the UAE, and joined by panelists His Excellency Ahmed Fikri, Her Excellency Anwar Al-Shimmari, Her Excellency Dr. Hajar Al-Hibashi, and Mr. Guillaume Tfon.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, first of all, introduce you to our esteemed panelist, His Excellency Ahmed Fikri, the Director General of Statistics Center of Abu Dhabi, Her Excellency Anwar Ashimiri, Executive Director of the Geospatial Governance Sector at the Federal Geographic Information Center, Her Excellency Dr. Hajar Al-Habeshi, the CEO of the Statistical and Competitiveness Center at the Government of Ajman, and hopefully I pronounce your name correctly, Goem Tifon, correct? The Chief Data Officer, Majid Al-Fatim. I think we need to start learning different or additional languages. All right, I think we've heard a lot from the previous panelists, and we can see that data is and we heard a lot also when we read many articles, data is the new oil. But actually, what I think is data is the new coins. The reason is that is going to be traded sooner or later, similar to the financial market. So hopefully we'll see more and more of these type of innovation in data because they become a valuable commodity that's going to be traded between institutions. And that takes me to an important topic where decision makers are requesting many innovation in data. And when I say innovations, they want different type of data. And one of the most requests that we receive is, I need data today, not tomorrow, not after 1 year, not after your surveys. And that takes me to my first questions to Ahmed. We know that we say most of the data is actually in our tip of our fingerprints, and most of the data that is required today is by decision makers, they say is real-time data, and that's the challenging model for business of statistics, and many national statistic offices actually facing this challenge worldwide. So how can a Bureau of Statistics in today's world can take a step further and provide us insight for decision makers in real time?
First of all, thank you, dear Mohammed, for this kind introduction. It's absolutely a pleasure to be joining this event today as partners of launching this UN regional hub for big data here in the UAE. Going back to the question you asked earlier regarding decision makers needing or requiring real-time data. To be honest, this need did not come recently. It has always been there. I think one of the aftermaths of the pandemic is that it just put us in a pressure cooker because the decisions needed to happen at a much higher intensity, meaning our need for real-time data just escalated and heightened much, much higher. That being said, bureaus of statistics over the past, I would say 4 decades, have gone through their various phases in developing from using survey data to admin data to big data. And it's just a matter of where a Bureau of Statistics is and what is their operating model that determined how fast they moved across the chain. And I think with the pandemic, rightfully so, decision makers needed us as bureaus of statistics, and this is a global trend that happened globally, to move faster up that chain, to be able to support them in making societies better societies. And one of the reasons bureaus of statistics usually have challenges moving up the ladder is also them being worried about the quality of their most precious product, which is their indicators. And rightfully so. But if we look back at history, in 1975, Kodak filed for the first patent for a digital camera. Fast forward to 1995 and 2005, 10 years after that, Kodak was wiped out of the market of photography because they did not adopt the own technology they were the pioneers of, which is digital cameras. And today we're faced with the same conundrum as statistical offices. Big data is here, and it's a trend, and it's a wave that is coming. We have to find ways to swim with the wave, or else we'll drown down the line. And I don't say it in a negative way, but I say it in a challenging way, because challenges is what has always made humans so exceptional. We like challenges, and we like to overcome these challenges. And we have to look at big data with this lens. There are issues with big data that are hindering it from being used for official statistics. But I believe all of these challenges are being tackled today. They're not all solved, but definitely they're all being looked at. And this is why in 2014, the UN launched a global working group on big data for official statistics. Because we like to think of always big data being this playground that we innovate in and we try new things, but not for it to be used for official statistics. But the future is for it to actually be used for official statistics. And we need to always have that in mind. That doesn't mean that today we'll drop all of our surveys, but we definitely are looking to make such movements. And in SCAD, one thing that we launched in October of last year is the Insights and Foresights platform is really doing just that. We started a year and a half before that, trying machine learning models to do our forecasting and trying new data sources to kind of help us drive our indicators. And one thing we realized from that journey, for example, and just to give you one example of why this is so revolutionary. Throughout the years, whenever any statistics office comes out and creates their own projections for the population, we use it based on two main inputs: births and deaths is one. The second is how many people are entering and leaving the country. So migration. One of the things that we've learned through the pandemic is there are so many factors other than pure crude birth rates that affect how populations grow, especially in such a globally connected world. And in this such world, economic changes can affect how populations grow, shifts in policy can affect how populations grow, and none of these major shifts are being counted for in the traditional projections of populations. But with machine learning, we were able in SCAD to look a bit unbiased and get 700 indicators into the model and see which ones really affected our population growth over the last 50 years and which ones we can use to better predict our population growth in the next 50 years. And this is what we did. And I'm not, I cannot say it's a 100% perfect model from the get-go, but it was a model that reached through experimentation a stage where we feel very comfortable in using it for decision-making process. And it is a methodological journey that we are embarking on, but it's one that we're really excited about because it's always nice to solve a problem that hasn't been solved before. It's always boring to repeat something you've been doing for years.
Makes me actually to continue the traditional way and interesting cases where you use different models of statistics or methodology in order to create different indicators. That takes me to Dr. Hajar. I'm still, when we say is I want data, people talks about, or statisticians talk about, let me create a sample of a society in order to give you a result. But in Abu Dhabi, it seems there is different models. Can you share with us some of the cases where you really try to change and innovate in terms of going beyond the traditional way of using the sampling that statisticians use to create indicators for statistics?
Good afternoon, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Mohammed, to be honest, traditional statistics will continue for some while until the statistic community agree to use big data to replace, let's say, the traditional way of collecting data. Actually, in Ajman, we go beyond just collecting and analyzing the data. Sometimes we get criticized from other statistic entities that statistic entity is just related for official statistic. But in Ajman, we look in the quality of the life, not just from a statistical model, but we really need to reach the family and understand their needs and requirements from all the available data that we have in our center and combining with other data in other entities. So for example, if we took the household survey for the income and expenditure of the families, it's happened every 5 years. Yeah, and costs a lot. But now we seriously, after we digged more in the analysis of the data, we find one of the entity already have those information, maybe only for the local families. And then we have other set of the data, which is in the statistics. So we combine both of the data. We see what were the missing elements to complete to be the same result of the household survey. So we improve their system as well, not only the data set. So now we can see a profile for each Emirati family who requests a support from that entities. So now we can know the number of the person, what their are income, educational level, all the details just in one platform. At that level, we can seriously develop a calculation for the family to set the value for a decent life for a specific family. So now we reach to customize the support services for each family. We have many families. Their requirements is different from each other's. Now we can customize the services that the government provided for the families, whether it's housing issue, whether it's a special caring for disabilities or special equipments for them. So at the end, we seriously want to reach a decent life for all the local families in Emirates of Ajman. So that's we go beyond just releasing the official statistics, but we go more for analyzing and improving the quality of the life in Ajman.
That takes me actually to an earlier discussion today with Yusuf, the Director General of Statistical Rwanda, where he says, our minister today is they want to reach to every single families where there is no more sampling is required, because especially when it comes to quality of life, they want to know where is that family actually they live in order to reach them. And that's one of the data that most of statistics, because they use of census, they don't have. And that takes me to the private sector. Today, Tariq on the previous panel, he said humanity produced around 2.5 quintillion bytes or actually quantum byte of data. To explain what he says, it's around 18 zeros. Or if you put it to the normal DVDs, it's actually twice as Burj Khalifa, which is the highest tower in the world. This is how much we as a humanity produce data every day. And that takes me to the private sector, who actually owns data today more than governments. I've read a recent report by Majid Al-Fatim company, which is the State of the UAE Retail Economy Reports. That take us to a different level, where actually private sector, they try producing an economy reports based on the data they have. So my questions to Goyeb, what are some of the recent data innovation that are actually implemented in Majid Al-Fatim, contributing to mainly the theme of the Sustainable Development Goals in order to produce all these reports?
Thank you very much for the invitation. And indeed, as a private sector, we own or we process a lot of data. And my belief is not panel versus private data. It's how we can work together, because having a very well-balanced panel data is very important. I have big data, but it can be hugely biased. There are many people that will not come to my companies, and taking decision just on that biased sample can be dangerous. So in terms of innovation for the SDG, Majid Al-Fatim has been very proactive on SDG 13, which is climate action. So we use a lot of our data to measure where we stand, to improve our buildings, and to meet our commitments to being net positive in 20 years. Now, more importantly, there are two other SDGs we believe in firmly. The number one is number 3, which is good health and well-being for communities. And the other one is partnership for the goals. How can we collaborate in exchanging data, in collaborating on data to meet the SDGs? So if we think of the data that MAF has, MAF is operating 27 shopping malls in 17 countries, more than 300 Carrefour stores. So if we think of Carrefour is the largest retail chain. We see what communities, people eat on a huge basis. That's more than 1.3 million households in the UAE only. So that means during COVID time, I was able to look into which communities are the hardest hit, which ones are actually reducing their spend, how they're shifting their spend, not on a 1 month basis, but on a daily basis. Now, using that data, collaborating on that data with the government with academics can be extremely powerful. Some of the innovation we did already in the past 5 years was sharing a lot of that data with academics. I have shared more than 60 terabytes of data with Wharton. I've had 11 research groups from many universities working on my data to solve some of the problems that we face. So we are in a place where math has a lot of data, but we don't have capabilities to work on it. And universities have a lot of capabilities, but no data. So how do we collaborate together? We collaborate on data. And we've been talking a lot today about how do we exchange data. There's a paper that was published recently by the World Economic Forum, which math contributed to, which is stop talking about data sharing. Talk about data collaboration, because data sharing is scary. It means I'm going to give you my data or something. So talk about data collaboration. And this is where we have been into this aspect of collaborating on data. Another example, which we tried to do 2 years ago before COVID hit, to work with the government. If we think of the data Majid Al-Futtaim has on consumption, now we know that there are 2 big non-communicable diseases in the UAE, which is obesity, diabetes, etc. Now, what you eat is a high predictor of those. We see what people have eaten or bought for the past many years at the community level. Now, can we work with DHA to say, here's a region where people actually exhibit some unhealthy behaviors based on what they eat? It's not perfect. It's an indicator. Now, with DHA data, we can see that, hang on, in those areas of Dubai or the UAE, there are few treatments for those diseases. So we have high risk, low treatment, so we should intervene. And then we link that with KHDA, where we can reach out to communities, to kids, to do programs. So that's very well tested, well targeted in terms of program for the government. So those are ideas of innovation we've done with data. And the last one that we're now starting to consider is how do we source more data to enable collaboration? We need to work on privacy enhancing technology, which was a panel before. So we're starting to think about how do we create decentralized data platform for people to collaborate on data. So it's not ready yet, but it's something we're venturing into.
I think we have a lot of tasks to be done here. One is when you said capabilities to use the data, and I think in the earlier panel there we've heard about the UAE Global Hub, which actually part of it is actually you have more than 70 or 80 expertise on data where they can work actually from around the world, and that's an interesting, I think, collaboration can happen between MAF and the UN UAE Global Hub. The second one, which you mentioned, is the diabetics. And I know that Dr. Alia from Ministry of Health, she's planning to do a survey on diabetics. So I think that's an interesting collaboration and alignment can happen between MAF, you know, actually who actually buy more chocolates and which area exactly. All right. You've mentioned also the amount of data, especially during COVID, the consumer practice and habit change a lot. And I know that Majid Al-Futtaim did a couple of changes during the pandemic, and that actually take me to another question. Is during the pandemic we've received a lot of requests on the geospatial and location of the societies where they are moving in case of the policies being changed. What are the limitations, the area and the roads? And that takes me to Anwar, geospatial really becoming a trend to replace that could replace the traditional way of presenting data. So what are the new innovative cases that you are working today in the entity?
Thank you, Mohammed. Just to highlight first, if possible, we'll talk about the main 4 elements for innovation are related to data. And here I'm talking about clean data, the emerging technologies, and the streamlined, or let's say the up-to-date data, instant or and above all disruption. So these 4 elements create the hub for innovation. When it comes to geospatial data, it's about positioned data. So here we're speaking about latitude, longitude, elevation, as well as creating the attributes or having the actual data related to the position. When it comes to, I'd like to speak a little bit about the strategy of UAE, the new strategy, 2023 to 2026. And the unique thing about this strategy is it's taking you to deliverables related to projects. So all the projects are strategical projects that put the UAE on delivering deliverables. In 2019 report, there were sentences related to having input but no output. And this is why UAE changed the strategy to deliver projects that will have value. And here we're speaking about the value proposition that is really crucial and important in innovation. So when we do a value proposition, we speak about how this will add a value to something that you didn't start yet. So then we started creating a pool of projects, strategic projects, to build upon the success of previous projects happened either in local level or in the federal level with the Ministry of Defense. And here we come to the projects that are related to the Atlas of UAE, the geodesy. We have also the UAE National Unified, I would call it, it's kind of location-based host system, in addition to other related, for example, the geographic names and many other projects that are significantly related to the welfare of the nation. When it comes to actual cases as well, we've seen recently the geopolitical circumstances happening. And one of the main and crucial aspects here is the position, the sensitivity of your data, the location related to your most sensitive projects in UAE. So all of this have put in additional pressure on delivering new policies. And we've seen what happened with the policies or what happened with things related to satellite imagery or using drones here. So all of this comes into one pot, one melting pot related to creating policies and regulations as well as standards. That is also part of the 2 years plan of the FGIC to work on in the coming strategy. Basically, this is all in all the project that I'd like to highlight.
Ahmed, during the pandemic, there were a lot of requests is, tell me what is going to happen. And we at Statistics very good in estimate, right? And prediction. So how do you see the new changes that Statistical Bureau needs to change in order to really accommodate the new request of let me know what's going to happen if where we are moving toward? Are we going to change the statistical methodology to say there is no more estimate, this is what's going to happen? Are we going to do command center for future foresight? Are we able as a statistical to really change that model?
Quite interesting that you ask, actually. One of the benefits of the models we built using machine learning is it allows you to do just that at a click of a button. So one thing we noticed is we're always asked questions, especially related to economic activities and what are the policies that could enhance economic activity in Abu Dhabi, what are the sectors that we need to help and support more, especially with the pandemic, but also after the pandemic. Economic development is something we're interested in and have always been interested in. The beauty of using machine learning is we were able to, from the 700 indicators that we pushed into the model, not only know which indicators affect and how do they affect our GDP and economic activity, but what is the time lag affecting. So I can tell increasing, for example, imports by X%, how would it affect my GDP? And how long would that effect take time for it to trickle down into my GDP? But the beauty is also, because it all happens within the model, I can very quickly say, what if my exports increase by 10% or decrease by 20%? What would happen? And I can juxtapose that among multiple indicators. So we already reached a point where that is very easy to do. But right now, the ambition we're working towards is I want to be able to tell the model, I want to target an increase of this indicator to reach a certain level. You tell me which policies do I need to play with to get there. And that's the harder next step for us to work on. But this is what these innovations have allowed us to kind of foster with. Because if we are using regular methodologies, by the time I agree on what methodology I'll use for my forecast, the decision would have already been taken and we're already in the next year or the next quarter. So we wouldn't even have the luxury to be able to experiment it with. But the other aspect that we really noticed in the last 2 years, and they were kind of the cores of the Insights and Foresights platform that we built, is that it's not about using one source of data or one sort of indicator to move your decision, but it's also about a variety of indicators and oftentimes a variety of analyses. So it's not just what me as a SCAD and the experts in SCAD believe will happen, but rather what are the various points of views and how can I bring them all together? So we've designed the platform in a way where it has kind of like an API marketplace. We call it the dashboards marketplace, where all the government entities in Abu Dhabi can work on their own analytics, but also have it be part of that platform. And this way we share the knowledge across the community. This could be provided later on to private sector and to academia, because one of the questions we're always interested in, private sector is a key component and is a key driver of a lot of the indicators we produce, but they're also a key consumer of a lot of the data we produce. And we always keep them in our eyes. And how can we be more user-centric? How can we focus more on what the user wants rather than what I like to consume?
When you mention the data economy, that takes me back to maybe Guillaume. The latest report, which is you describe the retail consumer economies. What is in store for us from a private sector perspective on the data economy, and how private sector really play a role in that?
Good question. So we're going to have our new report in 1 week's time, so you'll be able to look at it, and it's quite some good news. Now,
this is an exclusive right now.
Well, it comes every quarter, so it's not very exclusive. It's very easy to forecast when it's going to come out.
I mean, for the news, for the media here.
Yeah. So when it comes to data innovation, the role of the private sector, we know our economies are increasingly digital, and digital is data. So there is nothing that is not data in the economy, and we're going there. So the private sector has to work with government to enable that. That means developing the right infrastructure, working on the right regulation, and actually bringing the right people capabilities from a leadership level or from a programmer level. Now, when it looks into what's in it from a private sector, there are two big aspects of it. First one, I think you mentioned at the beginning, data used to be called oil, or the new oil. Now, it's not really like oil, as you said, because oil, you can store it, and you know the price. And the same oil is oil after 1 month, 2 months, 3 mons. Now, my data today may be worth 100, but tomorrow in 1 month, it's old data, and it's just a data point as opposed to something you can use immediately. So the first thing that companies have to contribute to is actually working together. We've talked a lot about PPP, or public-private partnerships. That means, how do we collaborate more together? How do we bring data together? And how do we have companies looking more into co-opetition, so collaborating as opposed to competition? We can serve the same customer, but by putting my data in together with your data, we have a better view of the economy. And working with the government, we have a better understanding which communities to serve, so we can serve better and we can grow better. So the first one is pushing PPP and thinking of co-opetition as opposed to competition. This can unlock a lot of value for competition. Now also, you have all mentioned that the government data is a lagging indicator. I will have my GDP of last year in 1 month, 2 months. How can I react on policies on that? Whereas companies have a lot of data, fresh data, and very granular data. And by putting that together, we can think of leading indicators. We can measure very quickly the impact of policy. You may do a survey on diabetes. You may plan things to shift behaviors. So I will be able to tell whether those families in that community have shifted their behaviors or not. Are your policies effective or not? And save you a tremendous amount of time and public health in doing so. The second element, which you mentioned, and somebody else mentioned today, is actually new ways of monetizing data. My strong belief is that there's a lot of data that will be unlocked by consumers. So moving from PPP to PPPP, which is public-private people partnership, whereby consumers actually provide their data. If we define a fair exchange of value between consumers, companies, government, and actually use privacy-preserving technology, consumers will be willing to share more data. And it's happening already to some extent. So we know a lot about the ICO, the initial coin offering. There's a movement which is doing IDO, initial data offering. So the market is starting to put liquidity on the data. So I want to buy that data for that much, but nobody wants to sell it. So by doing IDOs, people will be able to be evaluated fairly for their data. And this will unlock a lot of value for companies, but also for consumers, citizens, and patients. So this will bring a new wave of development. So only by doing those two things, which is PPP and PPPP, then we can get into unlocking a lot of value. And government and companies alike have to drive the innovation and the education to make this happen.
I think it's very interesting. The co-opetition versus the competitions. I think that takes us towards the data monetization. Dr. Hajar, what do you think of data monetizations, which most of the statistical entities that I saw is trying towards data monetization, where private sector actually own more data than governments?
I agree, but actually it's by nature, statistic entities a not-profit organization, and by the law, the prime function of statistic entity is to collect, analyze, and release official statistics. This, of course, would be a cost generation in the government to collect the data. But in my personal opinion, I think we need to change our mind and think like a private sector, but maybe not to start with direct monetization of the data, which is selling your data to the third party, but there is indirect monetization of the data, which is analyzing your data to get the insight or more insight about how to reach the customer, understand their behavior, so it can drive your initiative toward that. Also, analyzing more data will be able for you to set how I can seriously reduce my cost. Maybe in statistic, we are using it, but not under the name indirect monetization data. It will always be for a private. But nowadays, we are trying to buy data from the private sector, like Visa card, let's say data set, so we can use it actually. Or maybe we can buy from Carrefour, the consumer behavior in buying products, instead of just going to the market and asking the consumer itself. So I think we need to use, but not to generate a revenue at the beginning, but maybe later on. But I believe as well, without, let's say, a right strategy for monetizing data, actually, we will missing a lot of critical insight and how we can improve our businesses. There is a lot of example to bring businesses for the government as well, not only the private sector. If you're seeing, let's say from today, I have an executive council meeting. We were saying that people are not using e-services. They are still going to the customer center. But I think if we can use the data to market our services, I know there is an issue always with sensitive data, and the privacy of data and sharing with other entities is always a concern among whether the government, maybe not in the private sector, but it is always an issue in the government. So once we overcome those issues, that it's very easy to share data, but of course with the consent from the customer. Actually, in one of our survey, we put a very clear statement that we need to share your data. Do you agree? But we have a compensate for you if you share your data with us. So many people agree, but on the other side, there are people who don't agree to share their data. So this will remain like, let's say, a very critical point to think about it. But I think for the private sector, yes, for sure. And as a government, we need to think how to monetize our data as well.
That takes me to the agree and disagree. Actually, when you do anything today, the first question is, do you agree on the terms and conditions? It's 300 pages. I doubt anybody actually reads that. So actually, we agree in providing as a consumer or as a person, we agree to share information. And one of them is actually the location information. That is very critical. So how can we really ensure the security and the privacy of information if we start publishing all the data using GIS and geolocation?
That takes me to an example with Germany, for example. Germany had put in the strategy that most of the geospatial data are open source, because they know very well that this will be a profit generation for all other sectors. So, and it supports their scientific research field, which support innovation eventually. So when we talk about data and sharing data, I went through an incident personally that I needed some data for a project or a research. And that entity requested $100,000 dirham, $100,000. And they can provide for free only 10,000 dirhams kind of data. So I asked the question, are you using this data? So if the data is not used, then there is no value of it. And here we speak about data that is available for use. Otherwise, it's obsolete. There's no point of it because it's expired, right? And you cannot know if this data is clean unless you use it. You put it under the, cooker. So this takes me to the positioning data. There are data that must be shared, but others that are really sensitive would be shared upon a specific level, like stakeholders or decision makers. And when it comes also to sharing data, here we don't speak about ownership. We as an entity, for example, we don't want to own the data, but we are integrating the data. We create this bigger picture. We want to make sure that the collaboration and integration would take you to the optimum scenario, would take you to resolve issues. We went through cases when we met all our stakeholders, around 110 stakeholders, and we found that there are many projects that are the same. So we're speaking about, or we're talking about cost that is multiplied. Imagine the innovation, because one of the aspects of innovation is impact, added value, and kind of savings that you create. So saving might not be because you are publishing free data, but because you're sharing data that will create a common language or common need for all other entities. So this is important when it comes to satellite imagery, positioning data, and all other data that we can create the matrix of what to provide, where, and when, for who. So this is basically what we need to think about in the coming sooner scenario.
Thank you. We have a limited time, so if I'll open the floor for questions because I have other questions. Mike, please. We have 2 questions. If you would introduce yourself and if you direct the question to one of the panelists.
It's working? It's okay. My name is Ziad Abdallah, and I am the head of IT department in the Central Administration of Statistics in Lebanon. Just I would like to share with you our experience in Lebanon for the use of big data in official statistics. And
would appreciate if you have a questions to the panelists, and maybe we can have that discussions maybe after the session.
My question, when we are talking about statistic and official statistic, there is a difference. For that, it's very important when we are talking about data and information and statistic and official statistic and knowledge, there is a big difference. So it's very important to difference between this, because what we can buy is knowledge. And knowledge, it's coming from historical data. So my question, I think His Excellency Dr. Hajat, talking about statistic and official statistic, and the historic of data, it become obsolete. Historical data is important for knowledge. So for that, sometimes it become more expensive, because when you build your model, you need the history. And when you have this model, this is the knowledge. Thank you.
The second question.
Thank you very much, moderator. Hamid Al-Ka'bi, Director General for the Federal Geographic Information Center. My questions to Mr. I will let you announce his names.
Guillaume Thiffon.
Guillaume, I mean, when you talk about big data, when we refer to that specific terms, we talk about big data, then we talk about different sources of this data. From your point of respect, I mean, what is the level of confidence of that data nowadays? I mean, how we can raise the level of credibility of that data to be used as for a decision makers or to be a better use in such an environment. Thank you very much.
Yeah. When we talk about big data, I think IBM talked about the 4 Vs or 5 Vs, and I think by now we've got 8 Vs. We don't have very big data. We have very good data. So to give a sample size, about 100 terabytes of data altogether per annum. I was before working in a startup in Switzerland monetizing data from telecom operators in the US, and I had 120 terabytes per day. Now that data was not very useful, just fuzzy data and lots of probe data. But when I see what people are eating in MAF or in Carrefour, then I see them going to cinema, it is very useful. That is a lot of signal versus noise. How do we trust the data? It's all about education. And I spend a lot of time explaining to my leaders, this is what the data tells, this is what I know about it, this is what is missing. For example, there are some gaps or there are some things that are missing. I don't see many subfamilies, maybe subnationalities. So I spend a lot of time explaining and giving the boundaries. There is no perfect statistics that tells me, here's the point estimate, we're gonna make 1.5 billion of sales tomorrow. We use Monte Carlo simulation, we explain, we're 95% sure it's gonna be between A and B with those caveats. So it's all about education and understanding the gaps in every single source of data and then aligning, here's one. It's not perfect, but it's what we have. And it's also the role of leadership to deal with ambiguity. And that no model can ever fix that because data will never be perfect.
This question actually, when you say sales, most of the sales happening right now is actually online, and most of the economy is moving toward digital. So Ahmed, here is questions. What is this talk about digital economy, and is it going to really replace the current standard way of calculating the statistical economy for a country?
If you could repeat the question just to make sure I get it right.
So today we heard a lot about the concept of digital economy, because most of the transaction or the economy that have data economy, but there is a terminology also came by the OECD, which is a digital economy. So all the data or the transaction that happens online, and government actually, they don't capture these transactions. So how can we really capture the digital economy that's going on in a country today?
Very, very good question. Actually, and this is going to tie back a bit to the earlier comment from the guest and the audience. When we talk about big data, obviously the main characteristics of big data is its volume, its velocity, its variety, and how trustworthy it is, and the comprehensiveness of the data. But the first two, the volume and velocity. When we talk about transactional data, it's usually very big. There is large amounts of data that are coming at very high speed, meaning we have transactions every second. And for us to process them, we need computational power that is not traditional. And that makes it an issue, and that makes it get very old very quickly, because if you don't process it, if you're not getting knowledge out of it, then you're going to be faced with new waves of data coming every second. You won't have time to go back in the past. And I think the challenge here is for us to think about how can we make the best out of this data, so that we think about what are the official statistics or indicators that we care about, and how can we use this variety and volume of data that is out there to go and measure the things we care about. Because otherwise we'll be also swimming in a vast ocean without an aim, without a target. But unless we have a North Star that tells us this is what we really care about, and how can we use this data to get there, I think there is a big opportunity to be unleashed here. And we are, even in Scout, for example, things like the CPI is an indicator that encompasses more than 2,000 products that we measure on a monthly and more frequent basis. But today we have to look at all of them and find out ways to make this a more efficient process, whether it be web scraping, whether it's data from private sector, whether it's automating some of the processes we have. But it is an iterative process, and day after day, we have to get more efficient at it.
This is actually, to conclude, is where most of the panelists confirm that the data is not an oil actually per se, but is actually something that's going to be traded based on volume, based on the good data, is not only the number of transactions that happen. Thank you very much, all the esteemed panelists. Thank you very much all for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Now we have our next panel on public-private dialogue, moderated by Dr. Huda Al-Khuzaimi, Assistant Professor at New York University, Abu Dhabi, Director of Center Cybersecurity, President of Emirates Digital Association for Women, and CEO of Women in AI. Joined by the panelists, His Excellency Yunus Al Nasser, Mr. Sean Evans, and Mr. Salim Ergoz.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of your final conclusive remarks panel. And today we're going to talk about the global engagement with the private sector based on corporate social responsibility. Okay? And I hope that you are as hungry as I am to understand how can we leverage one important aspect, which is SDG 17, that comes on under the global collaboration aspect with the private and the government sector. And with us today on the panel, we're lucky to have a great mix between private sector within the technology industry and the financial industry, and the government sector as well. We have on the panel with us today His Excellency Yunus Al Nasser, the Assistant Director General of Digital Dubai, and Mr. Sean Evans, the head of MENA, Politics and Government in META, and Selim Ergoz, the Vice President of Government Engagement in Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa, MasterCard. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us today. I'm gonna run through your amazing bios because we have the proper introduction. And let's start with the person who flew in the furthest. That's you, Sean. Thank you for flying in today. So Sean Evans is the head of Meta Politics and Government Outreach Team for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. The team is part of the public policy team and works with those in the government, political, and civic space to help them better understand meta tools and products, including education, and also identifying collaborative opportunities and partnerships. So there is a huge, pressure on you today, Sean, for partnerships and, cultivating opportunities. And also building a positive use cases to inspire Meta for good and governance as well. Prior to starting with Facebook, Sean worked with Twitter on the government election and news partnership team in Washington, D.C., and also as part of the Committee on House Administration for the United States House of Representatives. Sean received a bachelor degree in political science and political history from Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. And he has a master's degree in government law and justice from Johns Hopkins University. He's based in London, UK, where he lives with his family. And today he's with us, we're hosting him here in Dubai. Thank you for joining us today, Sean. So the second panelist, we have Selim Ergoz. He's the Vice President of Government Engagement in MasterCard. He's based in Dubai. Selim leads government business development for MasterCard in Eastern Europe. And he has an extensive experience in financial sector, starting his career in Citibank in Singapore in 1997 and moving to Citibank Russia in 2003 to establish Citibank credit card business in Russia. In 2008, Selim was promoted to Managing Director and Head of Customer Assets or Consumer Assets in Citibank Russia. And in 2009, Selim joined Russian Standard Bank as the Head of Credit Card Business and managing one of the largest card business in Russia. Selim then joined Visa Russia in 2014 as a head of products and moved to Dubai as Visa a country manager for Pakistan, UAE, and Qatar in 2015 before joining MasterCard in 2018. Welcome with us on the panel, Selim. We kept one of our most valuable government digital assets and digital champion, His Excellency Yunus Al Nasser. Thank you for being with us here today. His Excellency Al Nasser is a prominent Emirati competent leader in the field of digital transformation and one of the most well-known executives in managing the future vision of UAE in general, and also the digital strategy of the Emirates of Dubai in specific. For over 15 years, he has occupied several official posts in the government of Dubai that have contributed in building the digital capacity of the Emirates. Currently, he is the Assistant Director General for Digital Dubai, previously known as Smart Dubai, and he is also the CEO of Dubai Data Establishment, the establishment leading digital Dubai citywide data efforts. Furthermore, Al Nasser is also the head of UAE Data Committee, vested with building the UAE National Data Strategy and launching the National Data Platform under the UAE Council for Artificial Intelligence. So we owe a lot of gratitude on the ground for His Excellency Yusuf Al Nasser and the great effort for the data initiatives that has been built across board as well. Among his major achievements is also launching several unprecedented initiatives in the field of data, principally leading the launching of Dubai Data Establishment and Dubai Data Law, as well as Dubai Pulse, the first fully integrated platform of its kind worldwide that collects data from both public-private sectors and is considered the backbone of smart digital transformation in the Emirate of Dubai. And one of the eminent potentials of digital Dubai is to become the happiest nation on earth, or the happiest city on earth. He's also oversaw the implementation of Dubai Data Initiative, considered one of the most comprehensive and ambitious data initiative in the world, and the achievement of opening and exchanging data between the government establishment of Dubai. Moreover, Al Nasser assumed the duties of the Director of Projects and Security System in Dubai Electronic Security Center, which was vested with building the criteria providing electronic security in the Emirate of Dubai and overseeing its implementation, following flexible and streamlined approaches and project management throughout the life cycle of the center. He was also a member of Dubai Open Data Committee, established in 2014 by decree granted by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Crown Prince and the Chairman of the Executive Council of Dubai, for the purpose of proposing the Dubai Data Strategy, the Dubai Data Roadmap, and the Dubai Data Law. Al Nasser is one of the most prominent digital executive worldwide and has contributed as a speaker in the countless events featuring future prospects about data, such as the Smart City Summit in Barcelona and many other international events. Your Excellency, welcome on board with us today, and I hope that you're looking forward for the next valuable conversation as all of us here. So let's start by saying we are living in a very critical and changing climate where we know that the world is sitting on a global challenge. We are trying to address the achievement of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Yet we know that because of the current pressure that COVID has placed on all of our shoulders, the estimated global gap of $2.5 trillion annually is not enough is not only there, is not enough evaluated, we would say, under the current measures, as the current prediction is announcing that this global financial gap is going to grow further and further as we go and as we grow globally. With the growing estimated gap of $5 trillion USD per year in achieving the fulfillment of the SDG goal, and with the critical gap in investment in developing countries mounting to a staggering 2.5 trillion USD annually, mobilizing partnership and global assets has become an element of necessity and priority in achieving these fundamental long-term investment goals. According to the 2021 SDG reporting, 7.76% global mobility of assets can be facilitated to bridge this estimated gap. Private sector engagement plays a critical role in bridging this gap, and also the fact that we have to build the best driving force and the best practices across board to contribute to the growth that tackles firsthand these issues of the SDGs has become a current necessity. This role of building engagements involves creating opportunities, addressing inequalities, and eradicating poverty through price signals, offering products and services that fulfill fundamental needs, and providing employability opportunities and engaging in corporate governance across board. Sean, I'd like to start first with you to give us the technology perspective. And maybe there is a bit of escalation in how we bring the storytelling of this engagement build-up. We will start by the technology perspective, then the financial sector perspective, and ending up with the holistic perspective that the government could bring into this table. So Sean, recently, there was a bit of controversial conversation about how can we address emerging technology concepts like the metaverses, for example, and the impact that metaverses bring into the table. How would you define these individual? Would you define metaverses, for example, for for the public interest? And going from that conversational point of view or icebreaker, we want to also try to understand how important it is today for us to build technology for good and to go beyond just the narrative of, the flashy word, the metaverse and everything, and focus on building technology for good.
Well, thank you for the nice introduction and the question, and thank you very much for the hospitality. And this is my first time to the UAE and first time to Dubai. I can see very quickly how it's achieving its goal of being the happiest city on the planet. So far, my less than 24 hours here have been nothing short of spectacular. I think I've been doing this for a while in tech, at this intersection of government and technology. And if you can remember the bio, I started in government in the United States and then went to work for Twitter and now here at Facebook. And what I think the consistent themes are that I have seen in this space are that oftentimes we don't all speak the same unifying language. And I think the metaverse gives us an opportunity to do that. That language really needs to think about and be collaboration. There's a lot of opportunities that come with the internet and a lot of opportunities that we couldn't have seen coming. 3G, we didn't know what that was going to bring in terms of innovation. 4G, 5G, we didn't know what that was going to look like. And now the metaverse provides a significant opportunity for increased community, which is something that Facebook obviously takes very seriously. And what I'm looking forward to here in my particular position is, what do the opportunities for collaboration actually look like? And for us, there's opportunities around the product space. You saw something unforeseen like COVID, for instance, rise up. We find and build product solutions that help bring governments closer to citizens and citizens closer to one another and citizens closer to government. Now, it's not us playing the role in any way of government. It's us being the channel that and the vehicle used to bring people closer to authoritative information around COVID, for instance. That takes collaboration and partnerships with government authorities like the ministries of health. But that has applications outside of just the COVID space, outside of just the health space. We have that also in sustainability, obviously going to one of the SDGs. That is going to continue to be an issue. We help through products like the sustainability authoritative information center that we have on the platform, drive people to appropriate information. I would look for, as we move into the metaverse, more opportunities for that sort of collaboration in the product space. Of course, we also have opportunities in the data space as well that allow for evidence-based decision-making. And I think the name of the game is not, what is Facebook going to do? It's how we're going to do this together. We're still very early days here, and we're looking forward to seeing where we can take this.
Beautiful. So in the current very tense political climate and economic climate, to do what's happening for technology builders or technology development platforms, you're facing multitudes of challenges, starting with the biases of technology that would exist, the misuse of information or the misinformation that could be introduced on the platform. And top of everything, COVID came into the platform and flexed a little bit of muscles to introduce social and economic gaps across board and across nations. What are you doing to battle that and to build a stable technological platform, both for users, or ethical aspects as well for users, and as well a platform that would provide economic opportunities and more social balances as well for
Sure.
users across board.
Excellent question. And it's always good to talk about these sorts of issues and challenges. And we under no circumstances stray away from having tough conversations, and I appreciate tough questions. I think for us, it's important to note that Facebook is a large and diverse community around the world. And largely, overwhelmingly, in fact, the content on the platform is positive. The experiences that people have to build communities and groups are overwhelmingly positive. What we have had to solve for in the last couple of years in particular is not an average citizen, an average user, finding information or trying to create challenges for their community. In fact, it's the opposite. People are going to the platform to look for good information. It's our responsibility to make sure that that's there. And what we have seen in the last couple of years is a rise in coordinated inauthentic behavior. So it's not an average individual, an average user. It's a network, a connected network of users that try to create trouble on the platform. So for us, community keeps the platform running. It's the most important thing that we have. And so what we have tried to do is take a multifaceted approach to take that down. A lot of it is widely reported. I can't imagine a lot of you in your free time go to Facebook newsroom or read about us. I would recommend in your free time you should do that. It's worth a read to see the things that we've done. We have a commitment to transparency I could talk about for a long time, but I don't want to commandeer the platform here. But I will say on the issue of misinformation, it's important to note, if it's coordinated inauthentic behavior, you cannot let them in the house that we all live in, right? So we have to figure out the right locking mechanisms to keep them out. And that looks a lot of different ways. It's a significant investment in artificial intelligence to take down content immediately, to take down bad actors before they post for the first time. And we have an overwhelming rate of success there that continues to grow. That's not good enough because that means there's still people in the house that are causing trouble. We have a significant investment both in people. We now have 40,000 people across the world that take a look at these issues and really focus on them. We also have made our reporting flows easier. I know they're not the easiest. We would acknowledge they're not the easiest, but we have made them easier. We can't stop people from posting something before they post it. That's not really in our remit. But what we can do is commit to being better at making the channels easier to report, the people, having the people and the resources and the bodies to take them down as quickly as possible, investing in AI technologies to identify photographs and context as needed to remove that very quickly. And the one thing that people might not know is if you file a report on a piece of content on Facebook, it gets a manual review. We have people that pay attention to this and actually look at it. And I know that a lot of them come across my desk. And by that, I mean hundreds and hundreds and hundreds a week, because sometimes we have to make difficult decisions and judgment calls based on context. Of course, none of that is even enough because we're not necessarily experts in everything. And so we do rely on collaborative partnerships and third parties and academia to help inform us. This is not a set standard. This is constantly moving and we have to constantly innovate and show a commitment to that. We have networks of fact checkers around the world. You've got to remember that content that is related to a particular country doesn't always stop at that country's borders. So we have to think about a coordinated approach on an unprecedented scale. And I think the steps that we have taken certainly in the last couple of years and that we continue to make are impressive. And I would recommend you all take a look or just bother me after the panel.
Very valuable. Thank you, Sean, and insightful indeed. So being Meta and being one of the greater data engine around the world, producing all of these data for users around the world, what would you do? What would you consider a challenge for you in cultivating proper and effective public-private sector partnership? And how would you drive SDG considerations to be part of the DNA of the technology build? How can you make sure that you can build opportunities for the future where the next technologies you're building within Meta is about SDG-focused technology?
Another great question, thank you, and very on topic. So I think when it comes to SDGs, it's important to note we obviously are a diverse company in a lot of different ways, and that includes not just geographic, but also what types of teams we have in the company and the ethos and what we care about. And what I have found in the 5 years that I've worked at Facebook is an overwhelming commitment to the SDGs. We could spend hours kind of pointing in different directions to the different SDGs, but there's a few that really stand out. And I think on the data front, that is a big one. I think to me, that's a relatively untapped resource. People view Facebook as just a platform to communicate various opinions or stay in touch with family and friends. I know I use it for that. I use Facebook for groups. I'm an expat. I moved to England after living in America my entire life and had to find a new community with a new baby on the way, and Facebook groups helped me find that community. And I think that is very relevant in terms of how we approach some of the diverse issues and the SDGs and the products that we build and how we ensure integrity of those products. But I think, again, on the data front, that is where we have a tremendous untapped opportunity. We've had data maps, and they're privacy preserving data, by the way. We don't have data files on everyone that we look at to make decisions. We have privacy preserving data maps that have been used for evidence-based decision-making, working with governments, working with academic partners, working with third parties from all around the world since 2017, I believe.
Yeah.
And that is something that, again, I think not a lot of people recognize, but one example of that that's highly relevant, whether it comes for climate or whether it comes for health or gender equality, we have surveys that are used in over 200 countries now that talk about those issues and help drive action. And again, privacy preserving data, which is integral and critical, but it provides, because of how people use the platform and how people use technology, it's a very accurate data set that you can build on top of and make solid evidence-based decision-making. One of the ones I think I'm particularly the most proud of is our response in COVID. And I know it's not directly related to the SDGs, but there's applications here. During COVID, we worked with the World Bank and the government of Spain to help identify where they needed to place new hospital beds in the very early days of the pandemic. Utilizing Facebook, we were not the only source, of course, but we were able to utilize some of the expertise that we have and some of the, again, privacy preserving data sets that we have to work with multinational institutions and national institutions to help make better evidence-based policymaking. That is not just limited, of course, in COVID. There's other applications for that. We have surveys that touch on, like I said, gender equality and also sustainability, but I think there's a few applications that have led to direct policymaking that I'm looking forward to seeing where we take those to accomplish the next SDGs.
And we will be here from this current symposium, and I hope the audience will share this sentiment to motivate you and push you forward as well to work on these new products that are SDG focused, inshallah. Thank you so much, Sean. Slim, so I know that MasterCard has built great initiatives to address the next gap that we have on SDG, which is related to financial support, global financial support, and cultivating proper effective partnerships around that. So what is MasterCard approach to public-private partnerships and innovation when it comes to greater good? We know that you have established recently a MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, and you had placed a commitment of $500 million for social impact on that center. And it would be great for us to know how impactful for you to work on these kind of initiatives and make sure that they are SDG focused onto fulfilling the different optimal initiatives that comes across board for you.
This is better. First of all, Happy New Year, and I wish everybody a healthy year. I think this is the most important thing. MasterCard, we are committed on sustainable inclusive growth. What does that mean? In Russia, where I worked for a long time, they had a law. They said any resident or citizen walking to a branch or banking branch cannot be denied a banking account. Basically, financial services deserve is part of and parcel of everyone's life today. Everybody deserves access to financial services, and that financial services is part and parcel of that economic well-being of that individual, of that small business, and the ability to access these products is very important for individuals and for small businesses. Large businesses usually have no problem there, and that is one thing that we are focused on, inclusiveness. So we have a big network. Obviously, we have more than 2.5 billion cardholders out there. 30,000 banks are connected to us. we want to ensure that everybody who wants to participate in our network can participate. The second one is really our network itself is growing. We traditionally work with banks, retail banks. MasterCard has built this network over 50 years. And now we are opening up to other segments of the society, like businesses, merchants, MNOs, which have huge access in Africa. Half of mobile money accounts are actually in our region. And they have bigger access in many countries in our region than the traditional banks. Governments are very important stakeholders. It is an area that I focus on. Obviously, a government's interest is the economic well-being of every citizen in that country. And that really means to us that we can work with them to digitally connect the citizens to the government, but also enable payment transactions happening both directions. This was very relevant even before COVID, but during COVID, this has accelerated. I was actually talking before COVID with a minister in Egypt who was saying, imagine the life of a pensioner in Egypt that wants to withdraw the pension once a month, and she travels to a city where there's a bank branch, queues up, spends half a day, maybe long. Sometimes under the sun, Egypt is a hot country. You can imagine that that's not the best way of accessing a pension once a month. And going back to sustainability and all the goals, you also spend transport, you burn, you create coal for that, carbon emissions for that, right? So digitizing that sort of transaction is very important for the well-being of that individual. It actually helps Egypt. There is less fuel burned, and also helps the bank involved because they can focus on more efficient transactions with that individual. That's just one example. I may give another example, personal example. I transact for many years. I transact as an old artifacts with people all around the world, right? On one of the platforms similar to where Sean is working. And 20 years ago, we used to send cash in envelopes to each other, right? I was living in Singapore. I'm buying something from US. You would send cash. I mean, that is obviously was not the best way of transacting. Today, that platform has obviously MasterCard, has other options to pay, and they keep adding new digital means of payments. And you can imagine how that increases the trade between individuals and between companies globally. And if we take out the hobby aspect, but let's just assume that you're a lawyer in Kenya providing freelancing services to some company in the US, and you want to be paid efficiently, these sort of, we should enable that individual, micro SME, to be able to do that, so that there is more efficient methods of transacting. Essentially, that's what we are very passionate about, inclusive and sustainable growth. And that is a cornerstone of what everything that we do, from product design to delivery, to sales, to interacting with other stakeholders in a country.
Amazing, Slim. So you're telling us that to rephrase a different question, you're sitting in a gold mine, a digital gold mine, which is the data that you have and you see on a daily basis on all of the international financial transactions. And it gives you a huge level of reflection on macroeconomics or microeconomics tendencies of different nations. So how can you use these data not to just to drive policy making, but also to drive a better, sustainable, inclusive, as you have just said, digital economy?
There are many examples of that. Thank you for that question. I think data is obviously very powerful, and we do have a lot of transaction data, payments data, etc. We are very responsible with it, obviously. But there are many examples where we help governments to, I wouldn't say form policies, but form opinions about what should they do in terms of a certain segment. For example, during COVID times, we have helped a number of governments in MENA and in EMEA with data insights. So we provided where the delta of the transactions over a period of time, obviously it has reduced in certain sectors, in hospitality, etc. And then they use that data, obviously they combine with other data that they have and provided economic assistance to certain segments. Because the data was very very objective. Obviously, there are many factors that go into a government's decision, but data is very objective. We used it recently, actually, in the UAE. We are working with the UAE government, which is an amazing tourism destination and which wants to even become a better tourism destination. How we can benchmark and showcase other countries' tourism information with UAE's, for example. So that helps making decisions around certain critical sectors and industries in a country, which are very important for that country's agenda. And there are many other examples. I think we are also working at the FCCA, and I think one other example that comes to my mind is as a city develops at the city level, different districts develop fast in different phases. In some districts go faster than the others. And there is a number of governments that use our data that compares districts, the activities of SMEs and micro SMEs in those districts. And then the ones that are not developing slower, they are trying to make decisions on how they can help those districts, for example. So those are some examples where we practically use our data to the benefit of the economic development for the citizens and for the government.
Perfect. From a financial perspective, how can you make sure that companies today or corporates today are built to be SDG focused or to help in achieving the SDG goals be achieved in a much more accelerated manner? What's the golden link there? Is it the incentive model that you have to build globally? Is it the financial cycle that you have to also build globally, or the introduction of new financial products that are SDG focused as well? What is it?
I think obviously there has to be some goals and incentives in pretty much every large company. We have a number of goals around diversity, gender diversity, inclusion. We have publicly stated goals of including 1 billion people by 2025 to our network. We are more than halfway there, for example. These are all public stated goals. And I think we definitely work very hard on gender diversity and inclusion inside the company. That is a big agenda item. Those are also the things that are going into the KPIs of senior management and actually everybody in the company. And I think apart from that, a company like ours, and I guess my colleagues all realize that it is bigger than just one company. The agenda is, we cannot resolve the SDG goals just by ourselves. We have to collaborate. It is a private partnership as well as private-public partnership that is required. In any initiative that we do, there is usually more than 3-4 entities involved. There could be a fintech, a government, maybe 2 private entities, a technology company and a healthcare company. Yesterday, I was talking to a healthcare company about drug affordability, for example. How can we ensure that certain drugs are affordable to people who need them the most at an affordable price in certain geographies? So these are things that we cannot resolve on our own. We have to collaborate, but definitely there has to be incentives and KPIs for the company, which we have. There has to be a good framework for collaboration with other entities which have similar minds. And very importantly, there has to be a partnership with the government. I think the government plays a big role as well.
Yeah, indeed. And this is where we get to you, Your Excellency. So the world is currently at a global digital race. And for you, that's not a news, because you have been at this race for a while, and Dubai has been in this digital race for a while. And the core primary objective is citizen well-being and the economic and social well-being of its citizen. So currently today we have known for a while, and we still know for a while, that Dubai wants to be a leading capital, a leading digital capital in terms of digital transformation. Putting that in mind, how has that guiding principle influenced the kind of technologies that you have prioritized within Digital Dubai Authority strategy?
Well, thank you very much for having me today over here. I think a lot of interesting discussions around digital data and sustainable development, which I think all of them are very dear to my heart. So if I would start, I would go back to the ethos of United Arab Emirates, where the country is also always focusing on forward thinking and also proactively embracing a change. And I think with that, we always, as a country, have been always looking at providing solutions, products, services for better of our country and our people. And with that in mind, if we go back 2 decades, more than 2 decades, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister of United Arab Emirates, the ruler of Dubai, have launched the Dubai electronic government. With that, the aim is to improve the quality of life in the Emirate itself by first starting and transforming the government administrative solutions that was more focusing on, I would say, human resources, procurements, and so on. And that journey have really continued for a very long time with embracing a lot of new technologies, moving to different platforms from e-government to, I would say, mobile government to smart cities, and now today to where we are in digital. Throughout the years, a lot of journeys has been over there implemented, and then moving out from internal government processes to focus more on citizens. And for that, the government of Dubai have launched the Dubai Paperless Initiative. The aim is to go fully paperless, meaning that digitizing everything that has a touch point with the end customer and creating an impact on them. That was to do it within 3 years. And the realization of that today is saving more than 325 million papers every year that was eliminated from government processes. Economic impact out of that was every year we are saving at around 100 billion dirhams. If we look at it environmentally, more than 39,000 trees are really saved by doing that. And yet the impact is very powerful in terms of creating a seamless journey, which you have really experienced coming to Dubai and to UAE, and a very much impactful, I would say, journey that is always being touched and is touching an individual of us today. But that was not enough, and this was something that was really realized today. So we needed to rethink and look forward. And again, by that, His Highness relaunched the Dubai initiative to become a digital Dubai. And digital Dubai meaning is that it's not enough for us to digitize the government. It's digitizing life in Dubai. Digitizing life means it requires a lot of partnership. As my colleagues rightfully said in the earlier panel, yes, it's public-private people partnership through digital platforms. So I would add the 5th P. And we'll keep adding P's over here. But I think it's really important to recognize that I think it's always about people, and it's always about embracing a change that is really touching people's life. And by doing that, a lot of benefits is come with it. So our focus today with Digital Dubai is around 4 main pillars. One of it is, of course, continuing the digitization of the journeys between public and private sector, creating an impact. Second is always to focus on digital economy. It's always been that our country and Dubai specifically been focusing on trade and economy. So going forward, the new trades and new economies are digital. MENA is a great example of that. So how many use cases that we can think on that area and how much can be realized from it. I think the previous panel talked about data. The digital economy, data economy is really a great potential that we have in our hand. Moving to the third pillar is of course, thinking on how do you create the digital capabilities that we need. We are skilled for what we need today, but what are the requirements of tomorrow? I think this is another area that we are really focusing heavily on, and of course, investing on creating the capabilities that are not fulfilling our today's requirement, but also that can be sustained in the future. Last but not least, and I think this is one of the things that we've heavily seen in the pandemic, creating the necessary resiliency, even when we are going digital, are very important. So protecting the digital wealth, that would be available for the future are really important. And this is the framework that would continue with us. You know, having the 5 Ps, having these pillars with us are really important in creating the future digital life of Dubai.
Very powerful indeed, Your Excellency, when you put people at the center of your operation. And to see that Dubai today is on the heart of, I would say, not the Silk Route, just the Silk Route, but the data route of the world, the international data route of the world. So the next question is, what role do you play in, Digital Dubai Authority plays on in making sure that you are an ecosystem mobilizer? You're not anymore making strategies or building initiatives, but you're creating a huge ecosystem around you to make sure that you move on partnerships. You talked about partnerships. So what do you do to build up this ecosystem?
Absolutely. This is a great question. You know, and for the sake of time, I would like to simplify it on 4 main areas. The 4 main areas as a role that we are playing over here in Digital Dubai to make sure that we are really becoming the digital capital of the world. And of course, you know, continuing as any government entity, we will continue being a regulator. So regulations are really important to create the necessary ecosystem when it comes to digital journey. And I think, you know, I would copy my colleague over here as, you know, yes, we do need to think about ethics and privacies, but also regulations comes at the place to protect the ecosystem, to put some standardization and foster the collaboration between different parties. Second, I would say, you know, this is the second role which we need to think of and always to focus on, is that the role of an operator. So sometimes the government needs also to be an operator. And in this, you know, incubating new ideas, building the Kickstarter of a new solution and embracing it and spinning it off back to the private sector, or to spin it back also to the ecosystem itself to run it and also to continue with it. So that is the role of an operator, and provide some common shared services where it enables the transformation. An exchange platform is a great example of that. And I think this is where the government plays a great role into creating that exchange platform, or creating, I would say, a marketplace for digital solution or digital or data services. So this is the role of an operator. If I would move to the third area, which is, again, it's being a thought leadership, and we would continue doing that as we have to export a lot of expertise and knowledge that is being accumulated in this country, make it a global standard that everyone can embrace and also to benefit from. Last but not least, and this is where it comes and touches to the question, is an enabler. An enabler role is a totally, completely different hat that we need to continue and focus on as a government. We quite very much get interested into getting our hands dirty and working on operations. But I think, you know, an enabler role is really exactly what brings, I would say, the private sector, the people at the center of any solutions that we put in place, bringing the academic sector. I think a lot of research, a lot of science is coming from that, putting the right challenges also on the table. I think just building an ecosystem or being an enabler is not enough. You do need to put the right challenges on the table and agree on them. And I think the SDGs also over here have identified, you know, a lot of priorities and a great objective to be realized and achieved in 2020, 2030. And I think by having the role of enabler in the digital world, a lot of great solutions that impacts people's life can be created from there. An example of that is, again, in the era of COVID. And I think the story continues everywhere globally. I think, you know, everyone have really jumped into solving one real problem. You know, how do we protect people's life? How do we keep people safe when they are at their home? When they are back to our communities, you know, when they are moving around, how do they stay safe? And it was one common challenge, one common objective that all of the efforts went around it. And thankfully, we are again back to the normal life. So these are the roles that we focus on and will continue to be our themes for the upcoming year.
A very valuable answer, Your Excellency, indeed. And I think you answered my next question when I wanted to ask about how do you manage a stakeholder relationship here? And you say that you're a great champion of everybody who is on the platform to foster collaboration and to build not only marketplaces. I would say you are building value space for all the ecosystem partners here in UAE. So my next question is for all of the panelists, and then we'll open the floor for our guests and our amazing audience to ask their question. So the last question, if there is an action plan that you would like to champion for SDG achievement within your sector, being technology or finance or government, what would be your priority list? Maybe in 3 words.
I would actually, His Excellency's remarks gave me a very good idea to just accelerate the digitization of government to citizen interactions, and then to take the people into that journey. I think that is important for the UAE, obviously, but also in the countries surrounding UAE, the neighboring countries. And I think that is going to be a continuingly important journey for the populations in this region to close the digital divide, because the world is moving very fast on that space, and I believe that the populations in this region has a little bit of a gap, let's say, to close. And I think the more we can help there, the governments, to actually copy sort of UAE, Dubai is leading this. That will be a very good goal, in my opinion, to kind of foster that change and economic development for those societies.
Thank you, Islam. Sean? Of course.
I said too many words. I forgot. I'm sorry.
So if this is hard to narrow down, but if I were going to narrow it down in 6 words, and we'll try to do that, I would say community, trust, transparency, opportunity and collaboration, and the metaverse.
Thank you so much.
Is that 5 or 6? I got that, right? That's 6, right?
Thank you, Sean.
Right.
Thank you. We'll hold you accountable to it.
Please.
Your Excellency.
Well, then I'll cut it down to 1 word. I would say exchange.
Perfect.
A true exchange.
Amazing. So the next exchange is coming from you, the audience. Whoever has a question, please, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. Can you introduce yourself first and then ask your question? What entity do you come from?
My name is Haidar. I am coming from United Nations Expo in Beirut. We're talking about the partnership. The old saying says, you can skin the leopard, but you cannot take the spots out of the skin, which means we want partnerships, but not melting. We and the UN, we are sometimes observing a melting between the parties, which means the private sector sometimes is playing as a regulator. Sometimes the government is having its business branch, the NGOs, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a core business for each of the parties to the partnership that they should be wary of all the time, and to avoid this melting tendency, because we observe that in the UN that there is this melting and role playing by the various parties. So what kind of guarantees, what kind of checks and balances are there to stick to the core business?
How can we collaborate preserving our indigenous structures?
I guess I'll take the first step at answering that. I think from the meta standpoint, you opt in to join the community. It's not a given. And the community has standards. And for us, we take those standards quite seriously. We, of course, do work with governments, but in a lot of times, some of those conversations are, here's the line, and you can't cross that, or you're part of the community just like everybody else. So with us, I think we have a commitment in a variety of different ways. One, in that we have a lot of people from offices and from a lot of different teams that don't necessarily focus on, let's say, the ad side of things. My team is one of those. I work with governments. I work to try to identify these opportunities, but part of that conversation is understanding and very clearly communicating where the guardrails are. And a lot of that is we are stepping into a space, let's say the metaverse, where we're building it now, we're looking at it, we're looking ahead. And that gives us, I think, an opportunity to call out guardrails early. And we learn from mistakes. A lot of those play out very publicly. And that is something that we try to get better. It's an always evolving standard. But I think the one thing that's consistent for us is a level of transparency. And we talk about that, we publish it, we acknowledge mistakes, we try to fix those as we go along. And I think in this particular space, what we're looking to do is identify the opportunities. Not everything is going to have to be a melding, if you will. But the reality is that if you're a citizen of any country, you're going to engage with your government. You're also going to engage with technology in almost every single case. And I think the way that we see this is we have a responsibility to provide the best possible platform for communication, for evidence-based decision-making, for opportunities for collaboration that we possibly can, while still ensuring that there's appropriate guardrails around privacy, security, safety. We wouldn't be here unless we have the community and the trust of our users.
So responsible, transparent collaboration. Thank you, Sean.
I'd like to add to that question, maybe Dino's like, it has two sides. If we look at it, I think from governance point of view, any group that is formed around any partnership needs to have a clear sets of roles and responsibilities and what role are you playing? And as I said, there are only 4 roles that you can look at things and how it happens: regulator, enabler, operator, or, and someone who's exchanging over here. So those are very simple. From the digital world, I think, a lot of technologies that are coming out today is also to resolve a lot of these challenges, conflicts, issues that is creating a lot of mistrust in the systems that are there. And exactly blockchain, which is coming as a decentralized technologies, creating a smart contracts between the different parties into creating that agreement should enable us to go forward with understanding the different polarities and the different roles and responsibilities that we have over here. By having a better implementations of those technologies, I think we should be able to have, resolve some of those challenges that might arise into these establishments or NGOs or whatever forms or companies that was created as a partnership over here.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So building a value space that's both based on transparent collaboration, but also shared resources or value add resources that you're going to create is very monumental and very important in this next chapter that we're having within the SDG fulfillment cycle. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you have any further question, you can approach the panelists of the panel. Thank you for being with us here today and enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huda and distinguished panelists. Indeed, partnerships are imperative in the world of big data. And now, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mr. Ronald Jansen, Assistant Director, UN Statistics Division, and Mr. Tom Smith, Director, Data Science Campus Office for National Statistics at the United Kingdom, to announce the Capacity Development Program taking place at the Emirates Towers tomorrow and the day after. Mr. Jansen, Mr. Smith, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, greetings from New York. I'm Ronald Jansen. I'm the Assistant Director of the United Nations Statistics Division, and I'm leading the team on data innovation and capacity management. It's a great pleasure for me to join you here virtually today. I would have preferred to be in Dubai, but the COVID pandemic blocked me from getting there. Nevertheless, very pleased to be able to address you for a few moments. Before going to the program of tomorrow and the day after, let me give you a very short introduction to the work of our community. The United Nations Statistics Division supports the national statistical offices around the world. Together, we make international standards for official statistics on many areas, like on the economy, on environment, on society. And since a number of years, we have also started work on data innovation with the global statistical community. We're looking to see how we can use big data and data science to improve statistics and improve the Sustainable Development Goals indicators, so that they're more timely, that they're more frequent, and with more granularity available. This group, which is working on it, is the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science. There is a formal part of the work which consists of 30 countries and 15 international organizations. But then there is a larger community of experts which moves the work forward. It's done in several task teams, and you will hear in the program for tomorrow and the day after the kind of work that these task teams are doing. It's in the areas of how to use Earth observations for agriculture environment, how to use mobile phone data, or how to use AIS vessel tracking data. And we'll get to the program in a second. These experts, they're not only from national statistical offices. We are very happy that we have experts from private sector, academia, and civil society working with us. Together we work on methodology, we work on practical projects and applications, and we certainly also work on training materials and building capacity. We've also created a platform where we can work together internationally with various statistical offices and other partners. That's on the United Nations Global Platform. And we're also very happy that we are working together with the regional hubs in Brazil, in China, in Rwanda, and especially also in the UAE. The leadership of our UN Committee of Experts is South Africa. They're chairing it, but we have two vice chairs, one from the United Kingdom and one from Denmark. And from the United Kingdom, I'm very happy that we have with us here also Tom Smith. He is the director of the Data Science Campus of the Office for National Statistics in the United Kingdom. That office has helped us a lot on moving forward the work and advancing and making progress on how to use big data, data science. And I would like to give the floor to Tom Smith to say a few words and introduce the first part of the program for tomorrow. Please, Tom, go ahead.
Many thanks, Ronald. Can I check that you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Your Excellency and colleagues, greetings from the United Kingdom. And I'm very pleased to be able to join you today. Although like Ronald, I would have preferred very much to be with you in person. Some of the UK team from the Data Science Campus is with you this week, and I hope that you are able to speak to them over the work that we are doing and that they are able to share some of the work and some of the support that the United Kingdom, that the Office for National Statistics and that the Data Science Campus is really supporting and looking to support across the global community. Ronald mentioned the United Nations Committee of Experts for Big Data and Data Science, and I would like to make a couple of points about the committee's work and just to help set the context for some of the events coming up tomorrow and the following day. There are global challenges that the statistical community across the world is looking to understand and address. And we've heard today how the role of data and of tools and technologies can help us understand our economies, society, communities, and that big data has a huge part to play in better producing the statistics and the analysis that we need to understand and to support and inform decision making. And the United Nations Committee of Experts is a response to this challenge. So our role is threefold. First, to support the exploration and rapid scaling of using new data sources, of using big data that can improve our statistical outputs and our analysis. And examples of this work include mobile phone data, Earth observation sources, retail scanner data, shipping and flight movement, and many, many, many more. And lots of the examples that you'll hear about tomorrow and the following day really work through how these are being used across the world to strengthen our statistics and our outputs and our understanding. The second role of the Committee of Experts is around sharing that knowledge. So sharing knowledge on big data and data science tools and techniques. And this is work through the task teams that Ronald mentioned. So I'm really, really pleased and happy to see the launch this week of the United Nations Privacy Enhancing Technologies Lab. That's part of the task team looking at privacy technologies, looking at impacts of the kinds of tools and approaches that are now possible. The third pillar, and the one that really brings us here, and is that the Committee of Experts supports work globally through the regional hubs and through the global platform for big data. And we support and work with colleagues across the globe on this. So the launch this week of the UAE Regional Hub for Big Data is a great milestone. This is about strengthening the support for using big data and new data sources, for strengthening and building capability across the region. So I really commend and congratulate the UAE team today and on the huge amount of work that you've been doing to really set the scene and to launch the hub. Fantastic, well done, congratulations. I'm super happy to see this. So I would like to see and look forward to the discussions with the hubs across UAE, but also, as Ronald mentioned, China, Rwanda and Brazil, and looking to see how the Committee of Experts can work with the hubs and support this work across the globe. So let me kind of finish by just introducing, as Ronald mentioned, the next sessions. So coming up tomorrow, we have two sessions that I'd really like to introduce and then hand back to Ronald. The first is session 1.1 on machine learning for national statistical offices. This covers machine learning fundamentals, applications and algorithms, some sessions like coffee and coding, which will really help develop skills and capability in your groups and your organizations. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some of those sessions and looking forward to working with you on that. The second session that I would like to introduce is session 1.2 on capacity development work. And here some of the team from ONS and colleagues from around the world will be looking at the international mentoring program that we've been developing. This is drawing on the strength and expertise of across the community, so really leveraging that strength for supporting statistical offices. It will also be looking at machine learning research and implementation, and a drop-in sessions to really kind of talk through what can be done and what you're looking for, and how the community and the committee of experts can help. So there are lots of pieces there tomorrow. Those are two of the big sessions through the day. And I will now finish and hand back to Ronald to outline the next. But once again, congratulations to the UAE team, to the statistical community for an excellent event today, a great launch of the hub. And I'm looking forward to continuing the discussions with you all. Ronald, back to you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, so let me continue with the program. Also, for those who are interested to still participate and view these sessions that we are announcing right now, please go to the websites. There's a registration link, and then we can give you the proper connection access to those sessions. Tom mentioned two sessions. There is tomorrow in the afternoon in Dubai time, also the first part of the session on Earth observations. It's 4 o'clock Dubai time, which is 7 a.m. At this side of the world in New York, because we will have presentations from our Canadian colleagues on Earth observations, and also a colleague from Mexico on disaster monitoring, crop yield, and use of satellite images to advance agricultural statistics. So I'm very happy with that session on Earth observation. A second part of that is the day after. Second part on the sessions on Earth observation is on Thursday. That's in the morning Dubai time, and there we have our colleagues from Australia, Carrie Mangerson, and we have a colleague from Italy, Lorenzo Di Simone, again indicating a methodology and training available in using Earth observations for agriculture and environment statistics. Tomorrow we have also a session on mobile phone. We have a very strong team on mobile phone data, and I'm happy to announce the kind of work that they will be showing. Mobile phone data is being used in many areas now in an experimental but close to official statistics way, on use of population, tourism, migration statistics, and others. So that's tomorrow morning. Then in the afternoon we have a special session on big data for the Sustainable Development Goals. We have heard about big data already today. There are applications specifically aimed on the Sustainable Development Goals indicators. And that particular session is session 1.5. We'll look at alternative data like citizen-generated data, but also the use of satellite data, mobile phone data, and data related to the access by rural population to all-season roads. That's a specific kind of SDG, and we will have presentations there on data from Jordan and UAE. So work that's going on in the Middle East region. At the end of tomorrow, there is the global sprint on data access. That's a formal kind of meeting, which is part of the whole event, where we are trying to, we've started up work on getting more access to privately held data. We heard from a number of public-private partnerships today, and we want to move that forward also for the community of official statistics, to see how we can get more access and more partnerships with the private sector. I'll finish up with the Thursday. The program there is, first of all, a whole day on the use of AIS vessel tracking data. That's a very active group working with data on the almost real-time positioning of ships and movement of ships around the world, where we can deduct indicators on maritime transport. So that full day session introduces what it is, and also gives you hands-on training in this kind of work. Another session, I mentioned already the second part of Earth observation, but we also have the privacy preserving techniques group. Tom mentioned it. There was the announcement today. Tomorrow, they will have, on Thursday, they have additional time to go into more detail about what these techniques are, and they will have a number of use cases to show. Finally, but not last but not least, we have a task team on training and capacity development, which will have also a full day session to indicate how capacity is being built for the use of big data and data science, and capacity, new skills, new job profiles also for our community is extremely important. It has been mentioned a number of times today, and I'm also really looking forward to that session on Thursday. With that, I hope that you see that there is a real breadth of work going on by our community. I invite everyone to be part of this. I also join Tom in congratulating the UAE with the regional hub, which will help us build this necessary capacity in the Middle East and North Africa region in the coming years. With that, I give back to the organizers. Thank you very much, and really looking forward that you will be joining us tomorrow and the day after in those kind of training sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Dear participants, if you have any further questions on the agenda, please do not hesitate to contact our team who are available at the back of the room. Finally, we would love to close today's session with remarks from Her Excellency Sarah bint Yusuf Al Amiri, UAE Minister of State for Advanced Technology and Chairwoman of the UAE Space Agency.
Thank you for joining us today for what has been an inspiring and I believe a very optimistic day of discussions. We've heard from an esteemed lineup of panelists and speakers how big data and data science can help us achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and how they are linked. You have all discussed the benefits of evidence-based policy and shaping better action and a better understanding of how to transform data into actionable knowledge. Leveraging public-private partnerships to advance knowledge sharing and tech transfers, and even building capabilities to make big data and data science available for all. We have seen many reasons why data has become known as the oil of the digital economy and the currency of the future. The availability of data, the resources to analyze it, and the means to action it are all tools for achieving the SDGs. But they are also challenges that can create a gap between those who have access to the necessary tools and those who do not. With this, the solutions across technology, but specifically when we gain knowledge from data, needs to be tackled from an inclusive perspective, so we don't inadvertently create a further gap between societies. The focus needs to be on how we can provide access to knowledge to those who need it, and how we can utilize a better understanding of where we are now to achieve the better future stipulated in the SDGs. But truly unlock the potential of big data, there are some critical questions that we need to address, and urgently. Questions such as, how are we, as companies, organizations, and nations that have the access and means of utilizing big data, how are we ensuring that we leave no nation, society, or community behind as we progress and advance? This question is at the root of Sustainable Development Goal 17. The solution to which we must strive to place at the heart of what we do during this decade of action. When we look at solutions, it's not just about offering and deploying the latest big data technologies in societies that don't currently have access to it. It's about empowering people, empowering communities and societies with the knowledge, know-how, and experience to build their own capabilities in the future. That's a role and responsibility that societies who do have access to advanced technologies and digital capabilities must play within this intangible infrastructure. And that's going to be a crucial aspect of sustainable development. Indeed, it's this macro, social, and economic perspective and approach that the UAE takes when it looks at big data and sustainable development. At the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology, we have taken this approach to technological integration across industry, looking at how it can impact the fabric of our daily lives, the way that we do business, how it can impact the way that we produce and consume goods and services, and the way our industrial sector reaches and touches all of us as members of a deeply interconnected society. At the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology, we know from experience that smart data has a key role to play in advancing the 17 SDGs. Recently, the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology launched the Smart Industry Readiness Index. We have exciting plans to expand our data and analytics capabilities in the future to better serve the business community. We will ensure that growth does not come at the expense of the excellent progress the UAE is making in its SDG-linked initiatives. Within the UAE Space Agency, I have seen how data from space can support life on Earth. We are currently working hard to use space data gathered by satellites to address some of humanity's greatest global challenges, such as climate change and food security, and we launched a program globally on that. These qualities continue to serve us today, whether it is in space exploration, digital government services, building competitive economies, or arming the youth with skills in coding, genomics, and biotechnology, or building future-ready companies. These qualities will continue to serve humanity as we strive towards achieving SDGs by 2030. These qualities will help us unlock the potential of smart data and create a better future. Data is a resource. If not utilized, enhanced, fostered, and integrated, it will remain powerless. Information and knowledge derived from it will remain powerful for generations to come. Let's use data to serve humanity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. This brings us to our end of today's program. Thank you to all our speakers, participants, both in person and virtual, as we mark the launch of the UN Big Data Hub in the United Arab Emirates, the start of what promises to be a great collaboration between the UN and national and regional partners on big data and all its application for sustainability and a better future. Distinguished guests, if you're registered for the Expo tour, my colleagues at the back will assist you to the tour, which will start in 30 minutes. Thank you so much and enjoy the experience.